Hello, one and all. Welcome. First off, like I always like to do, let's just make sure that everything sounds good and whatever. I had a major malfunction with my computer sound yesterday, and I was trying to play WoW. I was playing WoW like all night last night, and the sound just completely cut out, and I was really upset. And then I had to do all these like crazy diagnostics and everything. And so I don't know, I had to unplug all of my setup and everything just to make sure that it was, I don't know, I got sound back, like, so I could actually hear stuff, but I didn't know how, like, the sound levels and everything are actually working now since I had to unplug everything. So I want to make sure that the microphone and everything all sounds good and whatnot. So, and hi, Kane. Good morning. Morning? Where are you? I'm super curious. So yeah, so I'll just wait in chat for a minute if I can just get a little FYI about what's sort of going on and everything. Hey, Drew. How you doing? So just let me know. I was really upset. It was like, I had to like download all this new like Alienware program and blah blah blah, so it was kind of a nightmare, but I don't know. So we'll definitely see. Hey, Brian Wilson. Sounds good? Awesome. Thank you, somebody. Thank you, Aneria. That's awesome. It's always morning. You're from Quebec. Okay. Oh, hello. Quebec is the one province that I have never really had the pleasure. Quebec and like the East Coast, so like Halifax and everything, that I've never had the pleasure to be there and to see everything. So yes, hello, Brian Wilson, Epic Brian Wilson. How you doing? So it's good. Glad everyone's doing good. Tellus cut out as you're watching WrestleMania. Oh, that sucks. I have not watched wrestling in years, but I used to watch wrestling back in the day of like Triple H and Mankind with his sock, where he would do. Anyway, those are back in the days of my sort of wrestling that I used to watch. So, oh, okay, good. I'm glad the sound is good and everything. Hey, Crusader, how are you doing? Caspian, how am I feeling today? I'm a little stuffed up, if you can hear that. So I've been battling a bit of con plague after last weekend. So forgive me if I sound a little muffled at points and whatever. It's just kind of dealing with, a little bit of sickness and stuff. So bear with me. But it's the Sunday crafting show where we learn together how to do all of these things and how to make armor. So there is no way that I could not do it, right? Because it's my favorite thing to do. So, Mr. Sacco, that's right, Mankind. I loved Mankind. I totally forgot about all this. So, as you can see, hey, Discreet, how are you doing? As you can see, I'm wearing my Breastplate shirt today. So, we're going to be continuing on with last episode and what we started on making last episode. So the first thing I'd like to tell you guys is if you guys are just tuning in now, hello and welcome. This is our step-by-step program of how to actually make Worbla and breastplates and armor and all of this stuff. So, and weapons and whatever. So yes. If you've missed my previous episodes, there's a couple of them that are still saved in my Twitch. You can go down below and see them. If not, then just they're all uploaded onto YouTube. So there's links down below in my profile. You can go check that out, and they will be there for then definitely for you to watch and to learn and to see the first steps. So the very first episode that we did was about just what the products are, what I use to make all of my armors like this and whatever, right? So all of my products I use to make all my breastplates, all my armor stuff, and all of that jazz. That's what the very first episode was about. Aw, hey Fluffy Cal, thank you so much for the follow. So that's what the first episode was about breastplate, armor, and was about all the products and the materials that I use, the Worbla and everything. My second episode that I did was all about pattern drafting, how you get the basic patterns and stuff. And the third episode that I did was how you get your basic shapes, so putting it all together. So tonight we're actually going to make a full breastplate, and we're going to do all of the detailing, and I'm going to show you how to do all the detail work and stuff. So I'm just looking over some of the comments. Oh yeah, I will be going to Northern Fan Con again this year. That'll be super fun. I'm excited. It'll be good. It was one of the greatest cons I went to last year, so going again this year, it's gonna be great. Love going up north and stuff. Super, super fun. Hey, it's 10:05. Aw. Hey, Janelle tuned in. Yay, I love this girl. So Janelle, thanks so much for the follow, Nightwing Cosplay. Janelle, in chat, did this absolutely mind-blowing Torbjorn cosplay, and it is crazy. Thank you, Lycan, for the follow. It is crazy, inspired me. Her work and her arm and her breastplate and her helm, like his welder's mask that he has on his head, was just fantastic. So you need to go check out her cosplay stuff. She is wonderful, and I follow her, and she's one of my inspirations. I saw that and stuff to make me that I want to make more Overwatch armor and all of that. But you should go have a look. Oh, I know. I want to go to Old Quebec. The history and the buildings and everything. British Columbia is beautiful, and we have mountains, and we have the ocean, and we have all this amazing stuff, but we don't have history here in the same way that Quebec and Toronto and those places really do. The architecture here is very new. It's beautiful, and it's all wood. We got a lot of cedar stuff here and whatever, but it just doesn't have that same beautiful history that things like Montreal and stuff, or old Quebec, Quebec City or whatever, right? Any of that stuff have. So I really would like to go check that out. So, Jedias, that's sweet. Hey Daxtros, yes, I'm doing better. Oh, that's okay that you missed my gaming stream. That's fine. This is the one that I care about and it's super important to me. So, I like to start off. Oh, the other thing too that I would just like to show you guys, and this is what part of the stuff I'll be using today, is I was very excited. You guys are so amazing with your stream donations over the last few crafting shows, so I was able to go pick up a whole new tube of Worbla, brown Worbla, so actually stick, from just Industrial Paints and Plastics down on Spall, so that was great. I've already cut out a piece of that, and I was able to get a whole bunch of other little crazy supplies and stuff, for people that were wondering. So I've had a lot of people ask questions. Oh, why is my phone ringing? Oh, no. So I've had a lot of people ask questions about my craft foam. So I tried to explain this before, and it was hard to see until you can actually kind of see it in person. But, I would love to go to a Montreal Comic-Con someday. I really would. But, as you can see, this is one of the rolls of craft foam that I was trying to tell you about that you can get at Michael's. So normally craft foam will come in those little sort of small paper size sheets or whatever, and that's fine. You can get those at the dollar stores, but when you're wanting to do bigger, longer pieces and you don't want to have to break it up into several pieces of craft foam, this is what I would recommend. This is $10 at Michael's, and it is huge. It's almost the same size as sort of a roll of Worbla, if you want to think of it like that. Oh, thank you for the follow. So I'm going to open it up just so you can see, and I got white this time because the last few times I've been using black, so it's been a little hard to show exactly what I'm doing. So you can see it's just a massive roll of craft foam that it lasts a lot, and for the expense, it's absolutely wonderful to do that, especially if you have a Michael's coupon. You can usually get 40 to 50% off at Michael's every time that you go in. Then your craft foam is $5, and you've got enough craft foam to make a large amount of your armor pieces. So that's what I meant by rolls of craft foam at Michael's, and that's totally what I would suggest. So just looking over, hi Lycan, how are you doing? So, oh Dean, yeah, you got to move to Kelowna. Yeah, salmon arm is salmon arm. So it's, I love Salmon Arm. It's beautiful there. There's a lot of stuff, but they just don't have the same sort of things that they offered there. They don't have the same sort of tool stores. They don't have the same sort of things like industrial paints and plastics, or even, you know, certain stuff like if you want electronic things, like if I go get LEDs and whatever, we've got a YTech Direct here, which is a really, really great electronic store to get all of your LEDs and soldering equipment and whatever. So yeah, it's too bad for that. So, oh, and Dax, the anime list that you sent. Yes, I'm definitely going to have to check out all of those animes. Like I said, I was looking for some new animes to watch, so that would be great. Okay, so let's get started building. So as first, as always, I'm going to show you the list of materials that I'm going to be using today. So my list of materials is as follows. So my materials are scissors, craft foam, pens, protractors, masking tapes, heat gun, Worbla, rulers, paint scrapers, parchment, X-Actos, and D-rings. So D-rings are on the list this week because I'm going to be showing you how to do attachments of breastplates and all of that. Everything else is pretty similar to the materials list that I've provided in previous shows. One of the other new ones is reference photos. So today we're going to actually be building a breastplate, and we're going to be looking at the reference photos and everything. And we're just going to be continuing on with what we did last week. And I'm going to be showing you in this episode the finer points of making details, of making edging, of doing depth and relief in your pieces to give them this little bit of a, you know, a bump up. If you want to just do straight up breastplate things and you want paint on details or whatever, that's totally fine too. But I have a really big thing. I love my details to be 3D. So that's how I am when it comes to doing that. And so by detail work, what I mean, you only got a Walmart a few years ago. Yes, Salmon Arm. Woo! What I mean by detail work is, I'm going to grab the Vaporeon breastplate this time. So by detail work, I mean all of these sort of pieces that you've got right here. Little, oh, my little bottom's snapped. So detail work that you can do right here. And by dimension, I mean, like, for example, with these fins up top here, let's say, you could have just done one fin. You could have just done one piece of Worbla and then say painted on all of the lines and the shading and everything in there. But for me, I like it to be multiple pieces so that it has a little bit of relief. It has some depth to it. That's the type of details that I sort of get into with that, right? It's the same like with the scales. You could have done, for example, just a flat curved breastplate shape and then painted on all of the little scales. But for myself, I like to have every scale be individual so that when you're looking at it, it has a little bit more depth and design to it. It has a little bit of a different structure. So that's a Vaporeon breastplate right there. So I use this kind of detail work and this kind of design in all of my projects. So like I've shown you guys many times, which has my little styrofoam ball stuck in it, it's like my Vaporeon helmet. Again, see the same sort of details that I will put on here. Just like that. And then the same sort of relief of using multiple pieces and everything in there, right? So that is what we will be doing today, is detail work and design. And hopefully, I think we can do it, finishing up a breastplate. So, oh, discreet. Sorry, Mr. What is Worbla? So yeah. Like Scott said, Worbla is a thermoplastic material that you can use to create armor pieces such as this. So you just heat it, and it has a self-adhesive glue, so it bonds to itself, and then it ends up going nice and hard, and you can put into complex 3D curves. So it's a really great material for armor. Just recently I saw there's a big sort of debate that's going on Facebook, at least I sort of saw recently, there's the debate between foam armor and Worbla armor and how people love the like economic aspect of foam armor. And by all means, I'm not saying that this is the only way to make armor. There's many different ways to make armor. This is just the one that I personally prefer. I like foam armor as well. I think foam armor is really pretty and like you can do a lot of really cool things with foam. I like the fact that my armor is nice and hard. I like that it's got this weight. I like that I know it's not going to rip or tear or anything and that it feels actually like armor. So that's just a personal thing for me. So it's just sort of one of those things that's kind of the way that I like to do it. So you can see this is my Sailor Jupiter breastplate. Again, there's relief design and they all started out as just a basic breastplate shape. So last week, we did a whole basic breastplate shape. So I'm just going to look at the things. Oh yeah, perfect. Yeah, the materials are really amazing. So this is Worbla, and then we also have the black type of Worbla, which is this. So it's a little bit smoother, but it doesn't have the same adhesive qualities. Like it does, and it adheres. It just doesn't have the exact same bond. So I prefer kind of to use brown Worbla, but black Worbla is also just fine. So, I mean, the thing, last week I didn't even have any brown Worbla kicking around, so I just used black Worbla, so there you go, right? So they both work very well, and it kind of depends on what sort of armor you guys are going for. So last week, I'll show you guys this. Oops. So last week we did a breastplate base, and we patterned everything out in the week before, and we did a breastplate base. Now, a lot of you in chat, I said something like you could make, exactly, when you do your armor, you do half Worbla, half foam, because not all pieces need to be covered with Worbla. Absolutely. A lot of pieces can be foam, especially a lot of things like weapons and stuff. Those are great for foam, right? Now, as far as, I don't know, I just have a personal preference when it comes to Worbla because I love the fact that my armor is hard. So now, so many ways you could go with Worbla then, huh? Yes, absolutely. So you use foam as a base and you cover it over top. If you're curious about it, I would go and check out my previous videos on YouTube. That the first video explains all about the materials and the rest of them explains how to get the patterns and everything. So last week, we made a breastplate base and we had patterned it out before in the previous video, and then we actually molded and shaped it and did the styrofoam ball method to get the nice boob cups and stuff right on stream. Now, when I was talking about doing breastplates and what you could make breastplates for on stream, I mentioned Sylvanas Windrider from World of Warcraft. Anyway, so I mentioned Sylvanas, and a lot of you guys were like, ooh, Sylvanas, awesome, that sounds really cool. So I decided to, thanks so much for the follow. So I decided to do this stream today to show you how to make details and how to make relief and design by actually building the Sylvanas breastplate. So I'm going to build Sylvanas breastplate right now. Do I have a blog for this? No. You can go to any of my social media links on the side here. Twitch is kind of where I teach most of my stuff. I've never done a blog before or created a blog. I have a lot of work in progress photos on Facebook and some on Instagram, whatever, so you can check out my work on there. But here is sort of where I'm going to be doing all the tutorial methods and everything. So yeah, so I decided to do Sylvanas because a lot of people were like, yeah, Sylvanas, super hype, blah, blah, blah. So Sylvanas is the breastplate that I'm going to be making today, or at least attempting to make and do. So we're going to go through it together. But like you saw last week, I just wanted to clarify this. So last week I made a breastplate. Hi, yes, Gillian, how are you doing? So last week I made the breastplate. So I'll just show you because I got my breastplate shirt on. So I made the breastplate like that. And this one was pointing downwards. Do you remember how we drew the patterns last week with the breastplate pointing downwards? This would be perfect for a Gina Proudmoore breastplate or for some other type of thing, like my Paladin breastplate has the same pointed downwards thing. However, when I looked at reference pictures of Sylvanas, her breastplate is actually inverted. So it starts high and it goes down on the sides. So I decided to I kept the same boob cups that we made last week on stream. You can see because of my really cheap saran wrap that got stuck in the inside when we heated it. But I made the same breastplate essentially that we did on stream, except I even used the same back pieces, except I just changed the initial shape of it so that it points downwards as opposed to being like this, right? So it's high in the center as opposed to low in the center, and then goes lower. So you can see that's why I wore my breastplate shirt today. This is my newly shaped Sylvanas breastplate base. So I did not, sorry, still a little sick. I just wanted you guys to know that I didn't really go out of my way to make anything super new that I wouldn't show you guys on stream, because I want you to know that everything that I'm making and doing, I want you guys to be able to follow on stream. So that was the only thing. I did the exact same process that I used to make the other one. I just had to create a different shape as a base because that's just the nature of the breastplate. So like I said, thank you for the follow. So like I said, so we got all of our materials here. So like I said, Aura's here. Hey, Aura, you live. Hello. Stream time, yes. So like I said, the very first thing that you should be doing, and this was included in the materials list, is you should be looking at references. So how did I know that Sylvanas' breastplate was inside as opposed to going down like this? Because I went and looked at reference photos after the stream, after everybody was kind of like, Sylvanas, Sylvanas, yay. So I decided to go look at those, and that's how I started to figure out exactly what my base shapes are. So if you look right here, hopefully you guys can still hear me. I have 2 reference photos that I will be using today to sort of judge exactly what my Sylvanas breastplate is going to look like. I have them pulled up nice and big on my computer itself, so I can look at that. But I just wanted to show you guys the real importance when it comes to reference photos. So like I had mentioned before, I had already discovered that what I was doing was not correct. The shape itself was not correct. It was pointing down as opposed to going up. So you can see that right there, that shape and everything just in the center, it does have a downwards poke. So that was the first thing that I decided to change around. So reference photos are super important. It is the very first step of every sort of cosplay build or breastplate build or anything that you are going to be doing. So, you have a Sylvanas pin from Loot Crate? That's awesome! Yay! Yeah, her armor is, Drew, her armor is super curvy and pointy and all of this stuff. So I thought this would be a really great thing to show how to do all of these certain elements, the curves, the swirls, and everything. So like you can see, I had to change around the breastplate base just to make it flow a little bit more with hers. So the first thing that I want to show you guys how to do, and that we're going to be learning to do together right now, is all of my armor and everything that I create. I'm going to grab Snow White just really quick because it is a great example about this, is that I really enjoy having filigree details on my armor. I enjoy having very clean, very structured edging on my armor. So I've seen a lot of people do sort of different methods for how they get edging and everything. So I'm going to show you right now my exact method of how I do edging on my armor projects. So the very first thing, I was going to do this beforehand, but then I figured, you know what, I think you guys should see the entire process of this. So the first thing that I would suggest doing after you've got your base and everything, so you got your breastplate base, you're going to start creating and adding details and putting stuff on top. The first thing I would do is make a huge pile of edging. Now, edging is all of the stuff that's sort of lining around here. So you can see that everything is nicely sealed and detailed with an edge. Not only can you add accent colors, but if you are to, say, make all of this one color, which is going to be similar to Sylvanas today, it's going to be all silver, the edging adds a wonderful point for adding nice detailed shading lines in there. So you can see this was before the airbrush, but this is with the airbrush now. You can see that the edging adds a really great area for depth and dimension to really add some awesome shade parts that are in there. So as opposed to if I had just painted on these lines, or if I had just used a single bit of Worbla and done it flat. So I will show you exactly the technique. So the first thing that I always do when I'm creating all of my armor pieces is I make a big pile of edging first when doing detail work. The only other thing that I just want to tell you guys right now, I was going to say, you're here now so you can relax. Yay! So the only thing that I want to show you guys beforehand was that is not on the material list is this. So I made this, you can sort of see, put it up right here. This is just a resin casted diamond shape. So on her breastplate, you can see in the center, she has this, you know, silver diamond-esque kind of shape in the center, and I already had a mold, so I will teach you guys like in future and stuff how we do molding and how we do shapes and everything in resin casting, but I already had a mold of a diamond shape that I had used for my witch doctor. It was in the center of my witch doctor thing, so I just used half of that mold and cast a little smaller one, and that's going to be the center point of my breastplate today. It's just going to be a nice little thing. It won't stay white. It'll all get painted over and it'll all be silver and everything in the future. But I just wanted you guys to note that this one little piece, resin casting gem, is not on the materials list, but that's just because it was just a personal way that I wanted to do this, as opposed to if I were to shape it out of Worbla, which you can absolutely do. So, just wanted to stop for a second while I'm getting the rest of my stuff out to see if anybody had any questions thus far of anything. And I also want to say hello to everybody and welcome, and I'm so glad. I love these streams. These Sunday cosplay streams are just my absolute favorite thing to make all of this stuff. So I'm just going to move these out of the way and get my stuff out that I need to show you exactly how I make edging. So just 1 minuto. All right. God, it's hot in this room. Whoops. Let's hit that with my knee. Okay. We wanted to let you know that you still be here, but you're watching Enter the Badlands, so you won't be back in chat. That's okay, Dax. I'm just glad that you're still here and you're still watching and all of that stuff. So yeah, so also, oh, thank you so much for the follow, Ria. Ria? Is that Ria? It's hard for me to see sometimes these names. I try my best to read everything out properly. So the first thing that I'm going to show you guys is, like I said, all of these detailed edgings. How do I get my edging, and how do I get my edging as equal as I do? I have a really big thing when it comes to symmetry, and symmetry is incredibly important to me in armor design. So I like to really take my time and do things properly. So to create a big pile of edging, I cut this out from a brand new Worbla sheet that I have. You can decide exactly how long you want your little sticks of edging or whatever, but I've decided that I want mine roughly about sort of this long. I want nice long pieces that I can work with over and over again. So the first thing that you're going to want to do is you're going to want to cut out, you can make them smaller, you can make them bigger, but the thing with edging is that you just put it in a box and you save it all the time. Sometimes I'll just sit there and I will go through an entire roll of like medium-sized Worbla or something like that and just sit there and make, yes, new regular Worbla sheet. I was just saying that, Aura, that thank you so much for your guys' donations because I got myself a brand new sheet of Worbla and everything. So I would suggest doing edging with regular Worbla. Now, a lot of people like to do edging with black Worbla because it is smoother. However, I have found that black Worbla edging has popped off many more times than my regular Worbla. I like the higher adhesive content in it, and I will deal with getting out imperfections and stuff later, as opposed to dealing at the con if things pop off because the glue is just not as adhesive. Do you know what I mean? So that's kind of my thing about it. But anyway, so the first thing you're going to want to do is cut 2 large sheets, roughly equal sizes, of your regular Worbla. So it doesn't matter exactly what size. As you can see, they're not, like, you can see how janky this is on the top. It doesn't matter if they are exactly equal or anything like that. It's just important that they are roughly about the same. You're not going to use this end and you're not going to use this end. It's all the stuff in the middle that you are going to use. So the very first thing that you need to do when creating good edging, hello, hi, yay. So the very first thing that you're going to want to do when you are, sorry, just looking at the comments. Yes, regular Worbla sheet, yay. When you're doing edging is you gotta heat up both sides. Now this can take a little while, and see, I usually would do this on the floor because they are really big sheets, but I'm going to try my best to do this here for you guys on the table. So just heat them up, and you're just going to put one on top of the other. It's like last stream when we made our boob cups. It's the same thickness of the boob cups that you want your edging to be. So a double sheet, so just 2 pieces of Worbla thick. So I'm going to start off by heating all of these up. Ow! My little X-Acto blade just went flying and stabbed, like, right into my leg. Okay. So while I do this, I know, hey? I can't do, hey! Thank you so much for the follow, Robbie Royal. I know, I can't do the 2 heat guns at the same time because my house and my fuse box and all of that stuff. So like you can see, I'm heating it up. I'm trying really hard not to burn my table or to burn my microphone or to burn my awesome mouse. That would actually make me really upset. But I'm heating them up, starting with 1. You can do 1 sheet of black Worbla and 1 sheet of regular Worbla heated together, so you have the smooth on top. Absolutely, for sure you can. I do that with a lot of my armor pieces. I'll do black on the outside and brown on the inside for the adhesion factor, or I will just reinforce on seam lines with brown on the inside. And that is also absolutely true for edging. I don't know. There's something about me with brown edging. I like the way it works. I like the way that I don't know, that I can manipulate it more. So it's kind of, I just stick with what I know with the brown edging there. Oh, this heat gun always makes the room so hot. Yeah, I totally did get stabbed. Since I used 2 Worbla sheets, I can use black on top and regular on top. Yes, absolutely. That is exactly what we're saying for sure. I just prefer doing brown Worbla edging. It's just, I just like it better. I don't know. When I do things, like you'll see, and I cut little points and stuff like that, I feel like black can sometimes have a tendency to tear when it is thinner, and it's just a little bit more into the brown. Okay, so we got the first one essentially done. Now I'm going and heating the second one. Sometimes if I have a lot of space, thanks for the follow. Sometimes if I have a lot of space on the floor, I will just do 1 big long sheet and fold it over. But as you can see, this is a really good example to see what is happening with your Worbla when you heat it up. So you can see that this is like, you can see the difference in color. You can see that it's starting to take the shape of my parchment paper underneath. So it's a really great way to kind of look at, you know, the differences, so you can know when your Worbla is at a certain temperature or not. It's hard with black to actually see those things as well. Yeah, no clear Worbla. God, clear Worbla isn't even Worbla. Like, while I respect the use of it in certain things, a girlfriend of mine, a cosplayer friend of mine recently is creating a mechanized cosplay of Sombra, and, thanks for the follow. And she's been really great with using clear Worbla to a good extent, and it's been working for her with certain things. But as a general rule, like, I just personally don't see the point of it as much, and sort of the fantasy style armor that I prefer to do myself. So these are being almost pretty well heated. So I'm just going to put this down for a second. And that's right there. You're going to take the one and you're going to put it, be very careful that it doesn't fold on yourself. And you're going to put it over your other one and stick them together nicely. Boop. So once again, out comes Paint Scraper, my favorite tool. As you guys know, my favorite tool for doing Worbla armor work, and everything is, here comes Paint Scraper. And I like to go over it to really make sure that the bond is there and that I'm pushing out any kind of air bubbles that I possibly could. So, doing it like that. And sometimes I will flip it over and rub my paint scraper over top of it. Now, the last thing that I like to do, oh, that hurts. So it's a Worbla sandwich with no foam patty. No foam party. Has any of you ever really been to a foam party? Does anybody know what that is? It's like they're in Ibiza all the time. Like, yes, no foam patty. So it's always about food when we're in here. Who's eaten some good food lately? Anything really good? So I'm just gonna do another heat of it again. I am probably gonna have to turn the heat off in this room just really quick, because this heat gun has been going for a while and it is incredibly warm. So here I go. I'm coming back. I'm back. You're an adult. You can talk about food. So I'm just going to heat it up one more time just to make sure that the adhesion is in here as good as it can, because the last thing you want is for your edging to sort of rip apart or anything. Just like so. And flip it over one more time. Doesn't matter what side you use, they're both the same. Perfect. All right. Seems pretty good. So we're going to be doing a lot of chatting and cutting in a second. So the first thing when it comes to doing edging, see, now I have my double thick, whoops, no, don't burn. So now I have my double thick sheet right here. Like, could you not eat them? Frick. Okay. So I have my double thick sheet right here of what my edging will become. So, let's see. Love the Dalek. Oh yeah, in the background, for sure. I took my breastplates away from there and my Dalek was hiding inside. Let's see. So, oh, you like Knife Party? I love Knife Party, actually. I like the song Centipede a lot. I think it's really fun. There's a lot of them I actually love by them. Like, I don't know. I can't think of any right now. But yeah, Centipede, of course. And Elrad, and yes, there's a couple of them. So the heat gun, yes, it is going all over the place. But for now, I've got my sheet here. Now, if you want to, if you trust your eyeballs and you trust that you are well equipped to make proper cuts, then you could just take this and start going to town with it. Obviously, this edge is raw, but you could just start cutting and doing your edging as such. Now, for myself personally, I don't do very well with hand-eye edging. I don't like the look of this. I feel like it is all wonky. It is all over the place. It is not an equal size or shape. So for me, that's not good enough for me. That's not what I like to do with my cosplay stuff. So the way, I'll leave that answer to Andy. What's up? Oh, it's a pretty necklace. It isn't. It is a Hearthstone pendant. It's one of my favorite necklaces. I got it at BlizzCon 2 years ago, I think it is. And it's just, I love it. It's a perfect size. It fits really well. And it's just Hearthstone's one of my favorite games. Even though I did not make it to rank 9 this season, we're hoping that next season it will happen. So, the first one, yeah, Internet Friends is really good. That's a really good song. I love that one. Now I want to hear it. So the strip looks like something that you would cut out if you tried to freehand Dora. Yeah, absolutely. That's what happened to me. That's what I cut out when I tried to freehand it. So I do not like that. It's not ideal for me. So what I do is I need a really good pen. I have a bunch here because when you write on Worbla directly, it can be a little frustrating. It can really kind of come out. It's hard. Like this one's kind of working a bit. You can see my dot right there. But you need a lot of pens. Just keep those on the side. So what I like to do is I like to have a specific, where's my other one? So I like to actually measure out my armor specifically. So this is just a regular stainless steel ruler. I always like to use stainless steel with Worbla. Plastic, depending on how hot the Worbla is, can sometimes have a tendency to stick. So I usually pick a certain width of, I don't know if you can see that right there. It's, come on, focus. There you go. So it is about, I don't know, 7 millimeters, something like that. It's just right to where my finger goes. That is sort of the average Worbla edging length that I like. So first thing that I do is I just pick my end and I go here, and I am warning you guys. I am warning you guys right now. I am telling you guys, not quite 1 centimeter. I go just a little bit under that. You can totally choose exactly what size, what dimensions good for you. I then make a bunch as I go throughout my Worbla. I make some a little thinner and some a little thicker for thinner and thicker edging places. However, yes, so I am now going to use this one little area right there. So I start off on my one edge. I'm just going to move this up a little bit so you guys can see. So I start on my one edge right here. And I know this sounds so tedious, but I go from the edge and I put a little point. And then I go along and another point. And this is why I said we're going to have a nice, fun, talking, chatting session at the moment, because this is going to take a little bit. But I really wanted to show you guys exactly how I do all of my detail work. So I'm going to hold it up for the camera to see. Can you see? So I'm measuring out and just putting a tiny little tick on the end of my edging, just right there. So as I continue to do this, what did everybody get up to this weekend? Did anybody get fooled by any really good April Fool's Day pranks? I myself did not totally, though I will say that Liz, if you follow Liz Rickley, she's a fantastic cosplayer, and she did a YouTube video that was just announcing her whole quitting cosplay and all this stuff, and I believed it at first, and I was pretty devastated. And I was like, oh my god, no. But it was all just an April Fool's Day joke. So, I Yeah, I know. I always just do the tedious, for sure. Oh yeah, the Me cosplays. Those are pretty good. Yeah, the video. Her little Eggy video, I know. I love Liz. Liz is great. Yeah, the Me cosplays. That was really cool. That would have been fun to be a part of that. That was it was really neat and it was very cool. I would love to be able to start some sort of thing, I don't know, some kind of April Fool's Day thing. So you went to go see Ghost in the Shell. Oh, the new Ghost in the Shell? How was it? You're having a craft weekend making bridesmaid bouquets. Oh, that's amazing. Oh yeah, and WonderCon was there this weekend. That is so awesome. You drank a bunch of Kraken. What is Kraken? So, I don't know what that is. All right, so as I go and I do this, it's measuring out my armor, or my edging. So sometimes I will change and I'll do even just a little bit thinner or smaller just so that I can do some varying edging sizes. Alrighty, so let's see. It's black spiced rum. Oh, so it's like piratey because of Krakens and whatever. That's that's so awesome. So it is rum. So everybody knew it was rum except for me. Is it like a global thing or is it a specifically American thing or anything? 47% alcohol. Wow, that's a lot. Holy. All right. I heard that there's some crazy alcohols out there. Like something I've never tried is absinthe. I don't exactly know how I feel about that. So just so you guys can see the update, I've marked all of my little spaces there. So then the very next thing, you can see all my little spaces are along this edge. The very next thing I'm going to do, release the Kraken. Oh, I do feel like I've heard that. It's like Captain Morgan's, but more alcoholic. Right on. I know, I feel like I have heard release the Kraken. You have your astrological sign necklace? It's cool. Awesome. Okay, so the very next thing that I'm going to do is I then go from where I set my line, and again, this is super tedious, but I draw out and use my ruler. You can hear me scraping along. And I put my ruler as flat as I possibly can. And I draw out all of my lines starting at the points that I just made. So that one go away from me there. Oh, I should be doing it like this. So you can use your baseline, your very first line you made, just to sort of see exactly where I want to go. I'll show you in 1 second. Two. Oh, I'm sorry. Excuse me. I'm just still a little sick and everything, so bear with me. There may be some sneezes and stuff. Oh, if you had to find a longer metal ruler, yeah, it's super brutal. Absinthe is interesting. Yeah, European absinthe. I'm curious if that, isn't that the, I don't know. I've seen things like, I don't know. There was this one, I can't remember, the Johnny Depp movie that was about, Jack the Ripper. And he drinks a lot of absinthe with the sugar cube thing that they would do in the olden days. So I'm not sure if they still even do stuff like that or if that's considered real absinthe or anything. Okay, so just a quick little update so you guys can see exactly what I'm doing. Now I am drawing out exactly my lines that I am going to cut for my edging. So you can kind of see that there. And this is the process. It takes a while, and I warned you that this is, the detail-heavy, extensive things can kind of take quite a while, but I really want to do it right and show you guys exactly the way that I do it to make sure that my end product is as flawless as it possibly can be. If you ain't got time for this, that is totally fine. And you can go do exactly whatever type of style edging that you would like to do. Beard, nips. Drew, just a quick little note as a mod. I don't want you to ban right away. You can time people out and you can just delete their comments and time them out, but I don't want anybody banned initially. Just time them out for a bit unless they are, I don't know, maybe they said something, I don't even see what it was. So maybe it was something like really horrible. But just, you know, time them out, delete the comments and whatever, and then if they want to behave, they can come back. I don't like to be a jerk and do bans like immediately, but yes. So, buy a T-square. Oh, really? Was it rude? Now I want to know what it was. I kind of hate not seeing. I'm always like super curious. Okay. So I'm just going to continue doing my lines and everything. They deserved it. Nice looking out. Really? Were they bad? Oh, no, tell me. Tell me what happened. I feel so out of the loop. No, I don't. Aw. Well, I don't know. I just feel weird. It's a weird kind of control thing. I mean, after, you know, when you open yourself up to the internet, and I'm not saying just in like Twitch and all of that stuff. I'm saying like through Instagram, through cosplay, through all of that stuff, you kind of get a thicker skin when it comes to people. So, saw the first line and we're like, not today. Okay, that's fine. I appreciate you guys going in there and having my back. You guys are amazing. So let's keep doing this. This can be super tedious, which is why I really want to like prepare beforehand. However, I would like you guys to really see all of the processes and everything that I go through with this. This is why I said sometimes it's really good to just make a whole pile of this and have this saved. Ooh. I kind of understand, I think, Kane. Thank you. See, you guys are amazing. You guys are so sweet and you're so good. I love you guys. You're so great. Oh, Scott had a good. Oh, but it was horrible and extremely sexual and pretty petty. Nice. Okay. Good. That's super good. Thank you guys for taking care of that for me. So I'm going and still going through and doing my whole lines and everything. This mothers. As you can see, my progress is being made. I have a whole lot to go. I don't know how many I'll end up doing because I don't know how many I'll actually end up using on this one specifically. But I will probably start with this, and then if I need more, I can make more edging later. It really is this crazy process that you really just want to sit down for like an hour and really bang out a ton. Because you can always save it, and you can always use it on your next projects. Especially with when you're doing WoW armor or anything of the sort, edging is like a super big deal. They always have so much filigreed edging and stuff. So I'm going to start out. I'm just going to cut this first bit here. We'll see how far we get and if I will need to make more or anything like that. So let's just start out. So the easiest way and the way to do it gets a nice, really sharp pair of scissors. You have all of your lines of exactly what you want for your edging, and you just want to heat it. And heat it up. And that's how you start your cutting process. It's Worbla, 2 sheets of Worbla together is much easier to cut when it is warm than it is to cut when it is hardened. Single Worbla cuts through super easy. Double Worbla can be a lot trickier. If you have a really amazing pair of scissors, you can definitely do it, but if not, then I would just suggest waiting and heating it up and doing it that way. If you want to say you're streaming this while making your own Worbla sandwiches. Oh, that's so awesome! Thank you, Stella. I am so glad that you are enjoying this and learning this and stuff. That is like the entire purpose of this, is that I kind of just wanted this to be on while you guys are making your own Worbla projects and your own crafting projects. All right. So, like I said, you can keep the heat on this as much as you want. You don't need to worry about air bubbles or anything like that when it comes to just 2 Worbla pieces stuck together. You don't need to worry about air bubbles or anything like that. So, yay! Yes, everyone is very different in their applications. I use a lot of different tools when it comes to putting my edging on and my specific, very detailed stuff. So first piece, because it's right on the side and our pieces are not exactly equal, is always garbage, but still try to cut it as straight as you possibly can. So then all I do is I just go through and cut out my edging strips. Like I said, it helps if you have a really good pair of scissors. These ones are starting to get a little worn, so they're meeting a little bit of resistance, but I love the sound of cutting Worbla. All right, so this first one I always do is garbage. Just lay it down just to make sure I'm getting as straight as possible. Yeah, the scissors. So she said to Stella, you always watch your stream where you crack because it's super motivating. That's awesome! Stella's a wonderful, wonderful lady. She is such an amazing cosplayer, and she's always a very, very big inspiration. I love Stella. She's hilarious too. She has a lot of really funny, cool things that she does. Yeah, it has a neat little sound, just like a crunching. So what is the cosplay that you're making, Stella? Stella Zira, what are you making? Aw. Hey! Hey, Burry, how are you doing? Okay, so I'm just going to keep my cutting. Just cutting all along the lines that I made. There you go. And then when I'm done, my one piece, I just lay it nicely to the side to get it all nice and straight and ready for its job on my cosplay. Oh, it's so sad. Modern's not here tonight. He's usually always here. Or she, I don't actually know. But Modern's not here. And really, really good person in chat. So let's see. What are you? Oh, Stouffer's! Stouffer's is here. Yay. So you're working on the base of an Oreo bracer. Oh, beautiful. But this is a bit daunting, so you think you're going to switch to a different cosplay. No. No, Oreo's so beautiful. I love all of the Diablo angels so much. I really think you should keep at it. I really guarantee you will surprise yourself. I'm going to show you detail work and all of the stuff that I'm doing tonight, and you're going to see that if I can do it, you can do it. It's so, so easy to do detail stuff. Like, I literally just sort of you know, taught myself and whatever how to do this. Don't quit on it. It's just so beautiful. Yeah, Oriel is so trying to figure out how to do all of the layers. Okay, so you're trying to do the layers in the bracer. So I will show you. Coming up, we're going to do a little bit of layering on the breastplate. I'm going to show you and try to see if I can just keep watching. I'm going to see if I can possibly help you. If you are still having some trouble, seriously, feel free to message my Facebook or DM me on Instagram, and I will try to offer what assistance I can. I hate seeing people give up on cosplays that are awesome dream cosplays because they run into a hard point, because that has been me many, many times. And there's been many times I've been like, I quit and I'm done and I can't do this. So, you have a migraine. Oh, I'm sorry. I get really bad headaches for like months at a time too sometimes. The layers just look a little thicker and sometimes thicker than regular Worbla and foam. Okay, I want to show you this really, really quick. After I finish doing a couple more cuts. So stay right there, Stella. I've got you in my brain, and I want to show you something. Scarlet Fury's now hosting my stream. Yay! Hello, everybody from Scarlet Fury's thing. Hello. So I'm going to, I'll show you something, Stella. I've got you in mind. I just need to cut while this is hot, but I want to show you what you can do. So let me just finish doing all of my edgings and all of my stuffs. So you can see they're starting to come into play. You can see that the edgings are starting, and the thing that's the best about it is that I'm really bad with doing an eyeball with cutting, so I know that these are all exactly along the lines that I want them to be. They're all going to make edging that is nice and equal and clean. I have a thing about clean cosplays. I like things to be clean. So I really, really try to keep everything as even and equal and neat and tidy as possible. Yes, Doofers, you just came here. Yes, it is a double layer of Worbla in the exact same way. I got brown Worbla now because of all of your guys' amazing donations. So it is exactly in the same way that we did the boob cup last time. Also, Stoofers, I had to change the base of the breastplate that we made last time a bit because I decided to do Sylvanas because everybody seemed pretty jazzed about that. So we're going to make the Sylvanas breastplate today. But I had to change it because I looked at reference pictures and there were certain geometric forms that were not exactly the way that they should have been. So, got my edging just nice and laying out here. Hey, Scarlett, how are you doing? How wide are the strips? So, it's Alley Viper. So, I usually do them, they're not quite a centimeter. They're just a little, thanks for the follow. They're just a little bit under a centimeter. So FYI, that's how big the strips are. I showed, after I finished cutting this, I will show you exactly. I will probably need more edging later for this stuff. I'll show you exactly where I took my measurement from. So for Allie, I'm going to get it to focus in. I do it just under the centimeter. See where my finger is? I do it just about there. So that's how wide I usually make my strips. And then I do varying degrees of strips. I do some that are wider and some that are thinner just so that I can have the option to make some thicker or thinner edging depending on what areas I'm doing the edging on. Now, I also am very selective when it comes to my strips. I then go through all of the strips that I've made, and then I select ones that are the best to go on my stuff. All right. So, it's one of the last few strips here. Instant Cup Noodles. Aw, I'm so glad that you watch my stuff. Yes. Hello. How are you doing? Yeah. So 7 millimeters. Yeah, 7 to 8 millimeters is kind of where I go with my width. Okay, I'm just gonna cut this one last one here. As you can hear, it's getting harder and more resistant to cut because it has cooled down. Okay, so that's my last one that I'm just going to leave that right there for a minute. Now, oh, Eugenel, you're leaving. Good night, you fabulous muse. You are amazing. So I'll be back one quick second. So this was for, where did I put it? I took it apart because of the fan expo. So this is, here we go. Okay. I'm gonna have to take it apart again probably to show you guys this. So I really, this is for Stella. I want you to see my Janus staff. And now I want you to see this because when I was making my Janus staff, I was having a hard time figuring out which 3D printer am I looking at getting. The Roto, damn it, I can't remember it. The Roto Max or the Roto, I can't remember exactly what it is, but I've done a lot of research. It's been a good one. That's why I made the goal. Like we did this last time when we were on stream. We were like, what should be a good crafting goal and stuff? And so we decided 3D printing because it was something that we could do together and we could kind of experience together. So, let's see. Aw, thanks, Scarlett. Bye, thank you. But I want to show this is for Stella. So you're saying that you're having an issue finding certain thicknesses and that some of the bracer thicknesses are different. So if you can see the prongs of the Janus staff, when I was using EVA foam, it was too thick. And when I was trying to carve them out of, I don't know, pink foam or floral foam or whatever, it was just not getting the right shape that I wanted. So I want you, okay, so Stella, look, these were actually made, these pieces, with 4 layers of craft foam that I cut the exact same shape, used just a quick and dirty glue stick, glued them on top of each other, and then did my Worbla sandwich method, still with just only 1 layer of Worbla on top and 1 layer of Worbla on the bottom. These are just 4 layers of craft foam. So you can change your thicknesses of things with just simply craft foam, but adding greater layers into it. So don't get too stressed if you're like, well, EVA foam is too thick or this kind of foam is not thick enough. So that's why I was trying to show you this, is that these, I wanted this kind of thickness. I still wanted it to be thin, but to give, still look thicker than 1 single layer craft foam, but not as thick as something like EVA. So it was just 3 or 4, I can't remember which, but 3 or 4 layers of craft foam just stacked on top of each other. And then the exact same quick and dirty Worbla sandwich method that I had done before. So I wanted to show you that so that you can not necessarily give up right now as far as your Orioles going with doing different layers and everything. So I really wanted you to just don't give up. Don't give up yet or anything. Ooh, my staff just hit. All right. So first thing, you've returned from your quest to get a drink. Yay. I think I missed this stuff. So yes, no, I don't use the clear Worbla often for cosplay. I have a big roll of it back there, the clear Worbla. It's pretty meh, to be honest. It doesn't have any self-adhesion in it, so you have to use glue. It's okay if you are using it to make something glowy, to make like a glowy part or a mask or something like that, like a visor or whatever. It's great for that. But as far as, I don't know, using it as adhesive material and as regular Worbla or black Worbla is considered, I'm not super duper into it. Ah, okay, Dr. Feelgood, you go play some video games. Go have fun playing video games. Yes, so Stella, take a look at that. Don't always stop and pet kitties. I wish I had kitties. I want a cat so bad. Like, you have no idea, Stream. I want a cat so bad. And we're not allowed to have a cat here. And I'm sad. So, yes. So here's all of my strips that I cut. Now, these are, like I said, these are all of my edgings that I use when making my armor. So this is all of the stuff that goes around here. All little detailed edgings and points and swirls and curls and all of that stuff. So I've got my Worbla strips. I have a huge piece here still where I will need to cut more strips. I don't think this is going to be enough, but I'm just going to do this for right now because maybe it will be. Not too sure. Yes, Riddle, I know. I want a kitty so bad. So yes, there's my Worbla strips. It's the first step when you're doing detailing of your armor. So I'm going to leave those there. Actually, I'm going to put this one down and I'm going to slide these right onto the side here. So the next thing that we're going to be doing, and let's take a nice little look at this. We got our breastplate back out that we have now decided, breastplate base that we made last week that we have now decided is going to be Sylvanas. So as I said, I'll put it on again. I was upset because if you go look, I'll show you this just one more time really quick. I went and I looked at reference photos of Sylvanas's breastplate, and so the initial breastplate that I had made when we did that on stream last time had a downwards point as opposed to an inverted upwards directional of the center of the breastplate. So I have had to change that around. So back to here, you're looking at it, it still fits just, put my shirt up just a little bit, that's why I wore the breastplate shirt. It still fits in the same way that it did last stream. I used the same back pieces. I used the same booby caps that we made last time. I just needed to have a little bit more of an inverted shape. So there's that inverted shape in there as opposed to last time we were not able to do that. We did a downwards point. Still have the base somewhere. Yes, we did. Oh, my Worbla fell over. So we did the downwards point last time. Okay. So, yeah. So we're just going to have fun with it. It's exactly the same as we did like last time, except for I just had to make a different base to it because it just wasn't going to fit in the same way. So, yay, magic! I'm so glad that you guys are coming and joining in and everything. So, like I said, this is the next thing that you need to do is you need to look at, oh, thank you so much, Instacom Doodles. I appreciate the donation so much. Thank you. Mwah. You're amazing. Yay. It's starting, fam. It's starting. Yay. I'm so excited. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Hooray. Okay. So, I got distracted. So, we're going to start looking. I will show you this one more time. So, the first thing that we're going to start with is the center part of the breastplate where you can see it's silver. So, we're going to start with that silver center part. And, whoops, there you go. And the first thing that thank you. The first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to do my best to focus on chat as closely as I can, but I also have my reference photos that are pulled up beside me personally that are really big so that I can make sure that I am creating this the way that I should be. So the only problem is that I can't see myself exactly what I'm doing, so I gotta make sure that everything is at the camera as good as it possibly can. Okay, well that tape did not like me and was not happy. So the way that I start making pieces on a breastplate, and I'm talking about certain reliefs, like you can see this center level layer relief right here where it's like 1, 2, 3. Can kind of see that, right? Boop, boop, boop. So that little center thing here, that's what I'm talking about. You can see it's up close. That's what I'm talking about, sort of relief things. So the first thing that we're going to do in Sylvanas is we're going to make it silver. So what I like to do is when you have your breastplate base, the first thing that I like to do, 10 burpees per bed. Yay! Oh. Oh, Aura is so awesome. Am I coming to Fan Expo Toronto? Oh, you'll be guessing a cup of noodles. I don't know if I'm going to be going yet. Maybe. I'm not entirely certain, but we shall see. So the first thing that I do when doing my breastplate base is I use my good old trusty masking tape, and I'm going to tape off the section that I'm wanting to create a new pattern for. Remember, I said masking tape and stuff is what you're always going to want to be using. Like it is, you can go to the dollar store. I got this at the dollar store. It's pretty, it's okay quality. It's not as good as like some of those masking tapes, like when you go to Home Depot and stuff that's used for packing, like when you're moving and whatever. That stuff's great. Those are good masking tapes. This one's okay. It works okay. But it's good for just what we're doing right here. So I'm going to tape off the entirety of the parts that I'm going to be creating that first overlaying pattern for. Keep cutting my little tapes way too long. That one is now too short. So, still lots of taping, lots of doing those kind of things. Let's like read some chat. Coach, what'd you say? Oh, Mass Effect Andromeda, you finished Mass Effect? Good! I'm glad that you really liked it. That's so awesome. I was a little disappointed to hear about all of the drama that was surrounding Mass Effect when it first released. And I think people who just love the franchise and everything need to just, you know, focus on the game and focus on the story and everything that's being told, because that's, you know, kind of the important part. I don't think that there should be a lot of crappy drama that's sort of surrounding all of it, so. Oh! Pimpolotopus message deleted. I'm assuming that message was not quite appropriate with the name. But we'll see. Good job, mods. So we're taping it up. Doing all the taping. As such. So this is going to be quite a decent amount of taping right here. Yeah, Mass Effect was never about facial expressions. Good for you, Code. Good for you. Absolutely. I 100% agree with you. Games are not necessarily about facial expressions or about the way that the terrain is registering when you look at it, or the level of detail within the flowing of a tree or something like that. Come on. Like, it's about the story. It's about the love of the characters and all of that jazz. So, yes, they do have beautiful environmental designs. So, going through, doing your taping. Like I said, cosplay can sometimes be a bit of a tedious process. So I'm just taping everything up to this point here, and then I'm going to have to go and do it in a more efficient way. Ow! That hurt a little bit. Oh, go rest your migraine. Have a good night. You're skipping the Xbox One right now because you still have no real internet. Yeah, I hear ya. It's in, I've been playing lots of Hearthstone, lots of WoW lately. I mean, I still love me some Overwatch, do not get me wrong. But I just got a little a little frustrated with it by the end of it. Not by the end of it, just, you know, I think you need a nice little break from things every once in a while, you know? I think everything can require a due break. I'm going to take this up over here. Also, excuse my sickness still. So, ugh. Never thought to tape on top of the piece before adding details. Yeah, see, this is how I get all of my details is masking tape, right? So I want everything to be measured out exactly perfectly to the breastplate that I'm designing. I don't trust just freehanding certain things. I need stuff to be, like, I mean, I do freehand, but I need it to be freehanded exactly on the thing that I am designing. So I will show you guys this for right now. I have my breastplate. It's kind of hard to see. Here's my breastplate, and I've taped up the entire front of it. Now, the second thing that I do is I need to mark my locations of things. So you take out, I wish I had my Sharpie right now, but I do not. I just have my pens. Where did my Sharpie go? Oh, I see it's on the floor. 1 second. So I like to use 2 different color pens or 2 different types of pens if I can. Oh, hope you have a good soup. Oh, bye Instant Cup Noodles. Have a good night. Good chat. Yes, I'll have to get on earlier next time myself. Kind of a night owl. So, okay, so the first thing I do is I take this and then I go exactly around where the lines of my breastplate are. So here's the cup lines right here, so that everything, and I try to push this in as much as possible so that everything is going to be snug and fitting perfectly. I go to my second one, go right in there. Everything's nice and snug. Just like so. See, I'm just drawing around just so I have a marking idea of where everything is going to be, right? That lid colors killer palette. Oh, it's actually just a random palette. I got it. I don't even know where it's actually from. It was just a Christmas gift one year, and the colors have been incredibly vibrant and amazing. Most of the eyeshadow that I will use will be Smashbox. I love Smashbox. I know that Urban Decay has a lot of really beautiful palettes as well, but this one actually just happens to be a random palette that I got. Hey Eric, how you doing? So I'm going to then mark down exactly where this, well, I mean, the edging part right here gets a little bit harder to kind of do, but you know, you're going to end up going over it anyway with a new design. And so I'm just going around, painting off, just giving myself a general idea of where my breastplate base is exactly, so that the patterns that I make that go on top of it are fitting exactly as they should be. So there's my breastplate base as it stands right now. I also like to sort of mark where my center point will be because, like I said, I'm a big killer for symmetry and everything within a design. I will always make only one side of a design and then mirror it. Even if things are different specifically on the breastplate, like, I mean, every side cannot be equal. I like things to be exactly mirrored. So I have my center. That is great for just doing your outlines of that. So because of the tape and everything on the bottom, I'm just gonna have it upside down. So now the next thing that I am going to look at is I'm going to, yeah, the Urban Decay palette is totally the bomb. So I'm going to look at, yes, we did. So Eric just got here, so we're cutting out all of the strips of Worbla that will be the edging. So edgings on breastplate designs, on nicer designs. This is how I get nice wedging. So here we go. So I'm going to place that there just for 1 second, and I'm going to go to my breastplate design that I have right there. So like I had said before, I have the diamond shape. Aw, thanks so much for the follow. So I've got the diamond shape right here. Like you can see that I just cast out of resin. So that will be my center point. And then there's going to be a couple, there's a nice sort of weird little swirly design. I'll show you exactly what I'm looking at right now. So there's sort of the little swirly design there. I can see in the first one, the Hearthstone one, those sort of look like separate pieces. So I think I'm going to do a double relief in this possibly, so that I can really get some interesting shadows and stuff out of this. So just looking, oops, I made that too big. Just looking at this right now, zooming into it on my own computer. I'm going to start with, oh, thanks so much for the follow. Let's see. I feel like linguine would be a better name. Totally. Worbla sandwich, Worbla spaghetti. So I'm going to start with designing the very basic shape of this. So I'm going to take my diamond shape, which is sort of the centerpiece that they have there. Oops, dropped my nice little pen. And I'm just going to give a rough sort of lining up, as you can see, these pieces in the middle, and I'm just going to give a nice little rough kind of outline of where I want. Oh, this is why you need pens to write on this stuff. I like using the finer detailed pens. Oh, that one just doesn't work at all. I would love to not have to do this with, okay, it's working on my skin, so. So I'm going to sort of pick the center point right here where I want my little diamond shape to go. And I'm just going to trace around it so that I know where it would be. So yeah. So there it is, essentially like that. Just looking, Kane is in the stream chat and bringing snacks. Yay, Kane! Hello, Kane! Okay, so I got my little center diamond point, and then I'm going to start building off some of my other, I know the water bottle looks so good. I am totally thirsty. So I'm going to start building off some of these other design aspects here. Like I said, I usually only use one side and then I double it over. So the first thing that I'm going to do is I'm going to take my ruler out and I'm going to draw my center line down onto the rest of the tape. So I've drawn the center line down onto the rest of the tape. Now she has that pointed diamond shape on the front. So I'm going to pick a spot along here where I think that it would probably look good coming out, and I would say probably about sort of right here. And I'm then going to just draw a line going down to there. It's hard to work on rounded things, but you just got to kind of bear with it. So I'm going to draw a line coming up essentially down, 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 like so. And I can link that up there. So you can see she had that sort of pointed diamond. Every time we're watching a stream, someone has to bring up pizza. So you can see that the pointed diamond shape is sort of starting there. I'm going to bring it down like that. Now, there's also these sort of hook-ish elements that are in there. So there's these, sorry, I'm just bringing up my reference images one more time for myself. So she has, it comes and swoops down. Now, this doesn't go all the way along the edge here. So this essentially comes down from the point up top and does a swoop sort of like this. We're going to then reinforce this line. More swoops. Essentially like so. So we freehand draw this. So it comes down. The arc swoops over. Sort of like this. And then goes around and to the back. Essentially like so. So you can see, we'll look at, we're looking at the design right now. Well, I'm looking at the design right now. I'll switch it over to the design for you guys for just one quick second. So you can see I'm drawing on that sort of swoopy arc piece. I do notice it's a little thick here, so I am going to probably change that over. But you can see that on the one on the left, you can see the swoop design that goes around from the center and how it does that little curve right at the bottom of the sort of parallel with the one boob cup right there. You can kind of see the swoop that's going into it. Oh, the pineapples. I'm totally missing. Okay, back for food. I haven't even eaten dinner yet tonight, so all the food talk's making me super hungry. Yeah, bring this up sort of to the center here. Like so. And I'm just still reinforcing my patterns, doing my drawing. Now, the next part about her that's very interesting. So she's got the point in the center. But the next thing is this. Bender like Futurama. Oh my god. You know, everybody's on about food right now. Everybody's going on this big old food thing. Okay. So let's go. There's these very, very interesting sort of little hooked pieces and stuff. Oh. All right, I think I've got a system set up so I can look at all three. Yes, good, good. Okay. Candy season's almost over. Is there really a candy season or a season, candy season kind of like all the time? So let's place this here. So there's kind of these little arcs that are in there. So we're going to go from the center point that we created. So from the center point here, and they go up and around, sort of a hooked shape like so. bring that up just a wee bit. Napping around. Shape like so. Do a nice little point. And then we'll have this. Back. Aw, thank you so much for the donation. I'm so sorry I got quiet, honey. I've just been like focusing to try to like try to get this pattern banged out. When I draw, I get really quiet. Oh, I appreciate that, hon. Thank you so much. That almost like scared me because I've been like focusing. Okay, so we have the arc going down here, and we're gonna have it point and come back around and come in to the side like so. This kind of goes up and then down, so that's a good, I'm gonna make that, oops, a little more pronounced, like so, up and then down. And then those will be reinforced along the edge there. Okay. So, I don't know if you guys can kind of see what I'm doing here. I'm doing that little sort of other side, that curved arc pattern of the Sylvanas breastplate. This is going to be in the center with the little point there, and I'm going to do a double layer of that. So you can kind of see what I'm doing. So it's, oh yeah, what's Eric talking about? Oh yeah, his Torbjorn's amazing. You've got to go check it out. I follow him on Instagram, and his Torbjorn is epic. So you can kind of see what we're doing here. And I'll probably, I would love this to, well, I mean, does this have to go all the way over? So I think I'm going to just sort of end it at this point right here. We're going to end that sort of right there. All right. So, like so, we got our nice little sort of pretty arc that's in there, the little hook shot that we have going on. With that nice little spiral and curve. Have it come up. Have it come up and then down. And this point. And then flat across here. Perfect. Okay. So I think this is a pretty good initial sort of pattern for this part of the breastplate design. So you can kind of see, we'll go back to the scene one right here. So you can see those little hook pieces that are sort of in there. I'm going to try and like zoom this in just a bit because we're doing the breastplate. So let's try and get this a little bit closer for you guys. Sorry, I'm like making this whole thing super big. Can you kind of see the like breastplate part right there just on the side, the little hook parts and the little swirls that are in there? So that's kind of what we're doing. It's kind of what we're working on. So, aw, way to go. So you wish you had the time and money to riddle. So you wish you had the time and money to build a morph suit. Yeah, that would be pretty cool. I really have always wanted a plug suit. I always thought that those would be super duper neat. So that's something that I have totally always wanted. So we'll see. Someday maybe I'll break down and I'll get one. Okay. So we have our basic pattern here with the start of our Sylvanas breastplate design for the bottom part. So the next thing that you're going to do is you're going to just peel off very nice and gentle all of your masking tape. Remember, the other side doesn't really matter because you're only using the one side, and then you will end up going over it. But just try to be as nice and careful as possible. Okay, so I'm going to put this on the side there right now, and we have one of our first patterns for our breastplate part. So the next thing that you're going to want to do, oh no, stop sticking to me. Oh, whatever, that's the garbage slide, doesn't matter. So the next thing that you are going to want to start doing is you're going to cut it out and we're going to make our Worbla craft foam pieces. Yay. So you can do this on any part. The one thing that's great about a breastplate is you only got to make it once. I hate doing shoulders and legs sometimes because I get incredibly frustrated. So yeah, you'll need to watch the VODs because you're too focused on chat. I'm so glad chat is so lively and everybody's having a really good time. You guys are great. You guys are like my favorite people that come here, and you seriously make my night. You guys are so, so awesome. Okay, so I'm just cutting out my initial design. I'm going to see the lines are a little thick, so I can visually just sort of reinforce how thick or thin I want these lines to be. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I'm gonna have to figure out something. If I end up hitting 1,000 followers, I'm going to have to figure out something to do for you guys, and I would love to know. Oh, thank you, Shar, for the donation. You guys are amazing. Oh, thank you so much. That makes me so happy. I appreciate it so much, guys. You guys rock, seriously. Yes, I will have to figure out something fun to do if I do end up hitting 1,000 followers, and I really want to make something special for you guys. Something that you guys would, I don't know, I want to do something special for you guys. So give me some ideas and stuff. Oh, you've always wanted to rock a Tron costume? Absolutely, Riddle. I did Siren Jam from Tron, which was amazing, and it's one of my faves. It is a nightmare to get into, though, and I slightly electrocuted myself on Halloween night, so that was a bit of a problem. But other than that, it was great. Yeah, good time. Okay, so I'm just finishing cutting this off. My cool little patterned piece here. Alright. And this is the little hooky part right here. So I really want to like reinforce that nice curve and the point. Just cutting it out. Oh yeah, it was totally like, it was, well. Oh yeah, the Overwatch blindfolded. That's hilarious. Yeah, that would be quite the thing. We could totally do that. Overwatch blindfolded. I just wanted to do something super fun and special for you guys. I don't know what most people do. As you guys know, I'm all like new at this and stuff, so I don't know what people do. I don't know what the big thing is that everybody's into for milestone stuff. All right. Okay, so we got this cut out. Yay, we have our first pattern-ish thing cut out. So I will show you exactly what it's going to look like. Though you need to remember that parts of this breastplate base are going to be cut out, so do not judge that these are, that you can see that there isn't like the hole there. It absolutely will be cut out. We're gonna just see. So that's essentially one side of the pattern that we have looked at right there. It's one side of the Sylvanas pattern. You can see there's this nice, well, it's hard because there's the black felt. There's this little curve that's everything that's sort of on there with her breastplate. So that's one side of this with the little hooked bits and the pretty filigree and everything. So we've got our one side here, so we've got to now actually create our base of this and our both sides. So I will show you exactly how I end up doing that. So I'm going to put all of the tape away. Yeah, it's hard to picture right now, but this is why I do these shows and stuff, is because I want you guys to follow along with me and to do the entire process, and you can see how easy it is if you just know how to do things sort of step by step. So let's get, yay, we've got a nice new roll of white craft foam. So I'm just gonna cut off some pieces of it. You're gonna put together some lights and clean up your workroom, but you'll be lurking. Well, I'm so glad to come and lurk. Oh, thanks for the follow. That's awesome, thank you. Yes, come back, lurk, have some fun. So I'm just cutting through my craft foam, just cutting a nice little bit off. Again, when I do this, don't be as wasteful as me with your craft foam. Just don't do it. Don't be bad like that. I can be really wasteful with my materials, especially when I'm trying to explain things, but don't do that. Just be good. Be good with it. See, I even cut the, whatever. It's fine. I might be able to salvage this big long piece. Maybe, maybe not. Anyway, so I'm just going to put my nice little masking tape part onto my craft foam and just start tracing around it. So this is how I'm getting my base pattern here. Let's put this bit back on. So like I said, everything, this is all about doing patterns. It is all about pattern work. Everything that you do requires many different layers and levels and everything of patterns. Like that's just sort of the nature of it and the way that it works. But if you actually do patterns and you do it measured onto the things that you have created, you're really going to be getting something that is going to be cleaner, that is going to just have a lot more professional looking the costume element pieces, because everything is proportionate, everything is measured out, everything is equal. So I am just tracing this one side onto, oh, these pens. I wish I had, there's this one. Let's see if this one's, yeah, this one's still going. Wish I had some more working pens in this house. So I'm just going to take a quick look at chat. Tipsy Action Games is fun. Oh my god. I need to, yeah, okay, we'll do viewer games. For sure. Aw, Dax, I'm sorry you're getting sleepy. Yeah, we can do something. I know, RIP pen, for sure. Yeah, when you try something and you know it's too late, how wrong you were. I mean, there is nothing wrong with, I don't know, everybody just needs to experiment and find their own ways of doing it. But this is why I want to show you how I do this, is because this is the way that I create my armor designs and everything. Like all of my stuff, all of my layers and everything have been made using this exact method. Have been made taping things on and all of that stuff doing this exact method. So I really would like you guys to just, this is me showing you step by step so you can just understand that cosplay isn't hard. It's not something that's scary or anything like that. It's totally easy peasy and anybody can do it. You just got to learn some really super easy techniques and then go for it and have fun and experiment. So just finishing up doing this pattern right here. The pink flowery pattern by Jupiter. Oh yeah, it's supposed to be like her bow. So this was done like almost in the exact same way as I just taped out the boot cup and then I drew the bows on. Though I did want to make the bow floating so that it like has depth and dimension over top of the boot cup. But yeah, it's just supposed to be like her Jupiter bow, right? So got that little flowy, nice Jupiter bow. But that, again, it was just made it the same way of doing patterns and meticulous amounts of measuring and ruler stuff. All right, so now I can just peel this off. So I've got this one side of the thing that I'm working on, of the little weird sort of curved, hooked, whatever part on the front of the Sylvanas breastplate. So I got this one little bit. I want to just make that curve just a little more pointy. So I got this first part right here. Now, I do not want to just copy out a second one and have this super ugly seam line in the middle. I want it to be all one piece that's going to go on. So I will cut this out, but this is why I made a mistake and I cut like way too much craft foam. So it's totally wasted it. Did I go to the Sailor Moon Masquerade Ball? No, I have not been, but that sounds amazing. The other thing that I would really love to go to, cosplay supplies. Yes. Oh, where do I get my Worbla? So I get my Worbla from either cosplaysupplies.com or just a local store that sells it. So cosplaysupplies.com is great because the more sheets that you order, then they offer discount incentives and everything, which is great, right? So you get like a discount with this many sheets or with this many sheets or blah, 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 right? The other thing that's good about it is that if you are a Canadian, you do not have to pay all of the taxes that are sometimes in different provinces. So we have something here in British Columbia called Pacific Sales Tax, or Provincial Sales Tax. Sorry, what am I thinking? So, and the PST that we have here is ridiculous. So you just need to pay the lowest tax amount in the country, which is Alberta at the moment, and you only need to pay 5% tax, which is super awesome. So like you can see, I'm just cutting out my one side pattern with this. I'm gonna get rid of that one. Sailor Mars. Yeah, Sailor Mars. I love Sailor Mars. Was always this like conflicting character for me. I loved her so much, but she could be such a jerk sometimes. She's very always that like second in command alpha. See, I always loved Sailor Jupiter because she just seemed sort of the most chill. You know what I mean? God, I hate cutting circles. They're so hard. Oh. And, okay, I got that nice little tip out there. Just cut that tip off. Oh, mods can do a job. Oh, yeah, we don't have bots to bop links. I know, I need to do that. I need to get, like, Nightbot or something. I definitely do. Like I said, I'm still new at doing the streaming and everything, so that's why I don't exactly have all of the bots and stuff figured out right now. But I will! And every day is a learning and growing experience, and every day you learn new crazy skills. And that's what I will be learning this week, is what a bot is. So, alright, so we got one side of our neat little pattern right there. So let's take a look. Oh, I do hope, oh, there it is, it's in there. So we got our breastplate base that we have starting. And let's just check this out right here. So we're going to measure from here to here, essentially. And, thanks so much for the follow. So there you go. And yeah, we got that going on there. Obviously, it's like sticking up and it's going to sit flat and stuff. And there is no hole that's there right now, but there will be. We will super cut that into it. But yeah, you can see our general sort of pattern, breastplate shape stuff that is going. It's got that same sort of little filigreed design that Sylvanas' does on hers, so that's what we're going with. Alrighty. So let's take this off. Now, like I said, you don't want to just split it side to side, right? Yeah, GST and PST. Oh my god, that's so crazy. I can't believe that, Aura. Oh. That's so nuts. Oh my god, okay, this is very exciting. So, oh yeah, Quebec. No, you don't. You need to pay GST. Yeah, Alberta's 5%. This is so crazy. But, yeah, so you can see. But we don't want to just, like, split it in half because that's really ugly. And then we have that bad seam line down the middle. So we're going to make this all one piece that we're going to stretch out and have all beautiful. And we're going to lay right on top of our base. So let's take a quick... I gotta cut more of this. Look at these waist pieces that I just did. I am not stoked about that. Try to be nice and cautious with your cutting of stuff so that you don't waste pieces like I just did. Usually I do this like stretched out on the floor, but for the sake of it, It is, I did this just to, you know, make it easier so I can do it on my nice little table so you guys can see everything that I'm doing here. So it says then fresh and then drops down and it completes it. Oh, it's weird. I don't know. It still shows 9:26 right now for me because I haven't refreshed my stream. Sometimes things do that. I don't know. Numbers are weird. Okay. So I'm just cutting this off a big piece right here. Yeah, I don't know why things are like that. Whatever. It doesn't even matter. I just want to be putting these on for you guys so you can learn something. Okay, so we got this right here. So the first thing that I'm going to do is, as you can see, I don't want this half piece, but I will save this half piece and it'll go right in my pattern pile. So that will be great. What is the white material that I am using, Address? So this is just craft foam. I showed this earlier. I've posted my materials list. This is a giant roll of craft foam. It's just that very thin millimeter craft foam that you can get at any craft store or anything. The big, nice white, the big rolls, they come in white or black. You can get them at Michael's for $10. If you have a 40% coupon, then you're going to be getting it for a lot less. So these are great, and I use them for all of my armor stuff, and it's just great to have this much craft foam sitting around. Super nice and easy, and so awesome you can get somewhere locally like Michael's. So it looks solid but still moldable. It's not. This is craft foam. Craft foam is the stuff that we use to do armor is Worbla. That is the hard plastic substance that coats all the craft foam. Craft foam doesn't take complex 3D curves that well. I have seen people do stuff like heat it, but if you are trying to make it go over a 3D curve, it doesn't do it quite as well. And the other problem with craft foam is that it can just rip, just like that, right? So if you're at a con and you haven't properly hardened it up or sealed it, it's like you can rip it to little bits and it can take dents and stuff really easy, which is why I like to use Worbla in my armor stuff. So, let's see. Where did you say? Yeah, so it does sort of, you know, look solid but still moldable kind of stuff. It can be depending on what type of costume you're doing. So it looks useful, and it is very useful. We use it as the center core for all of our Worbla stuff. So you can see certain armor creations and everything. All of these pieces that are laid on top and everything are all the center core stuff of our armor is our craft foam. So, hey, Eddie by Night. Yes, hello. How are you doing tonight? I'm so glad you came. I'm doing really good. We're just having some fun and everything. Australia's so hard to get cost supplies. Large street craft foam you can get us that. Oh, definitely you can totally order it online. It is super easy. You can order it online. They can sell them in all sorts of different thicknesses and everything. So like I said, the next thing that I'm doing is I am tracing on my pattern. So I'm just going to trace this. Tracing my craft foam as such. Now this was the pattern that we just made out of masking tape. So now I'm just tracing that onto my craft, like the craft foam pattern that I just did. I'm tracing onto a second piece of craft foam. Like so. Second piece of craft foam, and then we're going to just create one entire shape so that we don't need to have an ugly seam line or anything down the middle. All right. So almost done with this. So a line right here. Sorry, I get quiet when I concentrate. Okay, so you can see we've traced it onto here. We've traced our pattern onto this crafum. Now to make it so that we don't have a split, we're just going to flip our pattern over and we're going to mirror it. You use the center line that you have done right there, the center line, and all you do is flip your pattern over that you just made. Like I said, you only have to use one side and you're going to just mirror it. Line up your center line as good as you can and then just retrace. But obviously in the other direction. Thanks so much for the follow. So obviously in the other direction, I'm going to retrace. As so. That's my hair is flopping all over the place. So like I said, some people will try to draw each side and they will try to make them as equal with measurement and everything like that. And you can absolutely do that if you want. It is your cosplay and it's totally up to you how you do it. But personally, I find this a lot easier to just be able to replicate a design. Oh, thank you so much, Address, for the donation. I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Ah, that scared me. I was all like concentrating. Thank you so much. Oh. Alrighty, so we're still chasing. And I do hope that you are able to find some supplies that you can. So, yes. Oh, I'm just seeing, yes, we're doing the Sylvanas. Some people had requested that Sylvanas was, I said something like about, oh, maybe I'll turn this breastplate into Sylvanas, and everybody seemed pretty excited for it. So I thought this would be a perfect thing to show details. And the thing about it is that I'm doing this for the first time as well, guys. So I don't have any sort of pre-pattern or anything. So I'm doing my best to figure this out and figure out this pattern. And this is why we do these, because we're doing it together. Alrighty, so there you can see is the breastplate. Oh, I'm just going to reinforce this line. Got a little janky and distracted. Perfect. There. So there you can see is the first breastplate base pattern. I tried to do it, you know, have that sort of filigree wow element, right? I used, what's up? Yes, you can watch YouTube to see all my prior streams. I go over what thermoplastics are and all of the basic materials you need to do what I do right now. I went over how you create your basic patterns on yourself and then how you make yourself a base. So you can see that this little gem, it's hard to see because it's white, but this little gem that I have just made out of resin is going to go in the center just like so. And then I'm probably going to even create another raised relief, I think probably like about this on top of it. Maybe a bit bigger than that. I think I'm going to do an even bigger sort of raised relief right here, probably about the size of the gem, so that this has some sort of relief to go on top of it, so that now we're adding a lot of depth and dimension. So you can see, Yes. So everybody was kind of like, yay, right? So everybody wanted to see, yes. So that's exactly itty bitty night. So this is, I'm trying to reach your name. Lit by Night. Oh my god, I got it. Lit by Night. Okay, sorry. Yes, Lit by Night. That's exactly what this is. The first one was how to make a breastplate base. So the very first show was about making boob cups and the styrofoam balls that you need, how to do the base. Then the episode before that was how to measure and to create the pattern on yourself. And now we are making the actual pattern. So can you see the sort of filigree design that's going to go into the Sylvanas stuff? So like I said, it's all just a bit of a process. So here's our basic pattern, and we're going to end up cutting this one out. And we're going to have to do a nice big Worbla piece of this, but that's okay. And then, lo and behold, we're going to take our beautiful edging and we're going to edge it to add even more dimension and more, and it's suddenly going to start looking really cool. So yes, the how to do a breastplate, you can just check out my previous crafting things up on my YouTube. A link to my YouTube is just down below. And they have all of the infos of how to do a breastplate. This is making the breastplate, finishing breastplate details. So we've got this. We're doing the breastplate details right now. This is us doing the relief things. And just being very gentle, cutting this out here. Light by the moon, since the moon only lights up at night. Lit by Night. It's beautiful. That's actually a really beautiful name. I wish I had a screen name that was super pretty like that. Even my gaming names are just not as lovely as something like that. I love that. It would be a very beautiful cosplay name too. So I'm just cutting all of my stuffs out. And then we're going to have to Worbla it all up. Nice sharp lines on those other curves. So you can see I'm starting to cut it out. Cut out my nice little pretty filigreed design. Meh, whatever. This is like one little tip here. It's like really bothering me. I can't really like picky with certain things. Whatever. It's fine. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. Who's the character that I'm making? I will just show just really quick. Just one more time. Go back here. So we're doing Sylvanas. Sylvanas Winter from World of Warcraft. I should not have made this as big as I did. So we're just starting to do her breastplate as it is right now. We're just making the nice little centered design right there. Getting it just all patterned out and everything. And we're doing it as nice and clean and perfect as we possibly can. That's the tip. That's right, Eric. That's right. That's right. All right. So let's keep doing our cutting. See, that's the thing with cosplay, is it is just a lot of patterning and cutting. Part of me, I don't know, part of me wants to use black for this part because I know it will be smoother and it'll be on top, but then the other part of me wants to use the tan because you guys will be able to see it better, and also the adhesion factor. I might end up using black though, not gonna lie, but I want you guys to be able to see it better, so I'll make a decision in one moment. All right. So we're getting our nice sort of filigreed looking Sylvanas piece all cut out. Windrunner is wasn't her name changed after she fell? It's just the family name. She'll go under Sylvanas the Banshee Queen as well. Is another big one, right? Leader of the Forsaken. something like that. But in general, that's the family name because there's still some of her family members kicking around. Perfect. Oh yeah, go watch the breastplate video for sure. And then this is the continuation of the breastplate video, but it's how to add edging and relief and dimension into your breastplates and stuff. So watch the first one. That's just how to create the breastplate base, and I go over everything. The first patterning and stuff. I do patterning of my head. I do patterning of my chest, all of that. But the very first breastplate one, it goes over all of the materials and everything, like the styrofoam ball and stuff that I use. I also make a mention in there that's still lit by night, that still stands. If you have any questions about, I will not reveal what size my bra is on stream, but if you are a lady who is looking how to do a breastplate and how to understand certain sizings and stuff, if you want to message me, I can tell you I use a 6-inch styrofoam ball to make all of my breastplate cups. So if you would like to message me, I can tell you exactly my bra size, and then you'll be able to judge from there what styrofoam ball size would be best for you. I recommend going based on about an inch or so. So if you are an A, like, you know, then go up or down an inch, or if you're a B, or if you're a C or a D or whatever. So, yes. So perfect, yes. If you do have, after you watch the video, if you have any questions about that stuff, just message me. So you can see we're getting our designs starting. We got sort of our nice little filigree look. And you can see these little black areas that are in there, right, that are not quite cut out. They will be cut out. We're going to cut it out so that it's all nice and pretty and fits good. So yes, so we got, starting at the center, you see our pretty little filigreed breastplate base bottom that she has on her thing with the little hooks and the arcs is starting to come into play. So let's start adding on our details. So we're gonna need this piece, big important piece. Let's see. Oh, sorry. Good morning. Good morning. Good morrow to you all. Alrighty. Let's move this to the side. And we're gonna get our Worbla. So we just need 2 pieces of Worbla that are cut. Should I use black or should I use brown? I mean, black would be smoother, but I'm gonna do brown just so that you guys can see the details on top just a little bit better. I want this to be for stream so that you guys are able to see this. So I gotta just open up this roll right here, taped it up. And I'm just going to cut a discreet, I must have done this before. Yeah, I mean, this is what I do every time I do my breastplates and everything. So it's just, I'm just showing you the exact methods I use and how really, truly easy it is to kind of just do this. It's not, it really, really isn't that hard. So I'm just going to cut, I should be measuring this better, but because we're on stream and I'm just like, meh, I'm just going to cut a nice big strip of this off. Which is terrible of me. Don't ever do this. Don't waste Worbla like the way that I'm wasting Worbla right now. But it's just easier to kind of do this for you guys nice and quickly. And I'm just going to fold this and cut it in half. So I know exactly sort of where half is. I'm I'm just going to, give me just 1 second. Awesome. Okay. We just have nice little, yes, my Instagram and everything like that. Do as I say and not as I do. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. I do not want you guys to waste Worbla like that. Perfect. So let's just, got this all right here. So I'm going to just try and get this down as much as possible. And cut right along that crease line right there. This is kind of a long piece, so, and I will probably, I'm going to just make it a little easier on myself, and because I can save Worbla scraps and everything, I'm just going to end up tracing this out right here. So we're going to do, this is, you know, we're going to say this is the front right there. And I'm just going to end up tracing along where I want. I'm doing this very, very loosely. Remember, when we're doing our Worbla pieces, we always have to make a seam line. So here's my seam line just being traced out and everything. Yeah, so seam line going. And we'll have this like that. These pieces right here are going to be very, very frustrating later. I know that these pieces are going to be annoying, but I'm just going to have to sort of deal with that later. It's going to be a pain. It's one thing where Mr. Protractor just does not fit into there as well. So, I don't know. They will end up being a pain, but that's okay. I'm just going to have to deal with that. So like you can see, look at how much waste here, 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 all that waste that I have done. Don't do that. Don't be me and use all of that waste. So we're just going to lay on this back, and then we're going to take this one down here, and we're going to do the front. Just in case there is any tiny, tiny little differences in the way that I have cut things, I like to make sure that I label my front and back. Just tracing this out. Again, here and here and here is all this waste, which is bad. So, yeah, these are, yeah, sandwiching. Sandwich methods, right? So we're doing the sandwich method. So yeah, like I said, last episode was the breastplate base because it's hard to do everything in just one episode, and I want to be as thorough and everything as possible. So we're going over here. And like this. You can see my lines are super not exact. Just like so. And like so. And there we go. So we got our front, I'll put a little F for front. We got our front and our back pieces right there that we're going to cut out, and then we're going to Worbla sandwich method them all together. Oh, I need a sip of water. So while I'm doing my cutting, I'm going to try and read over some chat and see what you guys are doing. Yeah. So, Lit by Night, you learned the sandwich method last time. So then the episode that you, so that was the first episode. So then the pattern drafting and the first sort of armor piece that we're doing on here was a breastplate, just because it's one piece and is kind of, I don't know, it was just one that a lot of people, viewers and stuff, had questions about. So we did that as the base for the episode after that. And then this one is just continuing on and showing how to add depth, dimension, and details into a breastplate, or this can be applicable for any of your armor designs. Ah, Pete de Puma, hello. Wonderful to see you, Pete de Puma. It's so good to see ya. Yeah, you can use 100% of a Worbla sheet for sure. But then once you use the entire sheet, absolutely. So not only can you, so Stella brings up a good point, so not only can you reuse the scraps that you do, but if you do your positioning correctly, like look at my X's I put on there. Bad. That's bad that I just wasted that. These are going right into my scrap bin and they will be used later, 100%. But like I said, you can definitely reuse Worbla. I've seen people do pasta rollers or some sort of presses or whatever to try and re-sandwich up Worbla. For sure. I've seen lots and lots of different methods that people have used to do that and to try to reuse and save Worbla. Now, it is a great thing to make spikes out of, to do all this like cool, fun, crazy things that you can do, you know, like you can do spikes, you could do teeth, you could do any sort of little design stuff. You can use that, your scraps for all of that. So I'm just cutting out, I had to sneeze again. I'm sorry, Chad. Woo! Almost sneezed again, but okay. Oh, con plague. I don't know, I tend to just like always catch a cold. I always have a little cold going. So here I am cutting out my design, but I know it didn't happen. I was so close and just was like, I hate that though. Now my nose is all trippy. It's like the worst when you have to sneeze and then it doesn't happen. It's such a slap in the face. I hate that so much. Okay. So I'm still just cutting out. This is like a really big pattern too for this piece. So as you can see, all of this stuff bad. Look at these little X's I put. That's bad. That's bad. Your old teacher joked that if you felt like sneezing and didn't sneeze, brain cells exploded in your head. Oh my God. I'm an elementary school teacher by day, and like I would never tell the children that your brain is going to explode if you don't sneeze. That sucks. That's pretty brutal. Okay. So you can see there's sort of these weird, like, awkward pieces as far as, like, our Worbla stuff is considered, but that's okay. So you can see here they are. We got our nice little pieces right here. So we're going to heat them up and we're going to attach them. So the front and the back, and they almost kind of match up. It's sort of weird, bizarre shapes, but we're going to have to, like, we have our protractor, which is great. I actually really wish I had a bottle cap right now, because around these little curve things, sometimes bottle caps are great. I'm going to have to really reinforce it with my fingers. I'm going to have to do it with sort of the rounded edge of this. It's going to be a little bit frustrating, but we're going to do our best. These kind of, I work with shapes like this all the time, and it gets just a little annoying. So let's get to it and start making this piece. I really wanted to do this. I mean, black Worbla is ideal for getting the smoother factor, and I probably should have done black Worbla, but I really want you guys to be able to see this a little more clearer. Black Worbla I find is pretty frustrating, so for being able to visually represent anything. So I'm actually going to use the low heat here, because I really want to take my time since it's such a showcase piece on the front. Like I said, your heat guns comes with two settings, high, low, right? You could use the rounded end of the Sharpie. Yeah, that's a good idea too. The rounded end of the Sharpie for sure. Just anything that had sort of a round, like a bottle cap. Do you kind of know what I mean? Like anything that kind of had a rounded point, right? A pen cap, absolutely. I might try the edge of the pen there. See, look at guys, you're giving me all sorts of new ideas of how to do cosplay. You guys are amazing. So you don't need me. You guys can just do it. Just coming up with all these great new tools and ideas. Okay. So like I said, I'm doing just a nice, very, very even heat. because I really, really want it to be low, and I want to make sure to minimize air bubbles on something that is such a front showcase piece as possible. So nice and gentle. Okay, that piece is good. There we go. Yeah, pen cast great. No, it won't melt the plastic at all. So it won't, you can risk it sticking to the Worbla. Like I said, I like to use metal devices, but I use this all the time, and it's a plastic protractor, and it doesn't normally stick to it that aggressively. So the pen cap and everything should be all right. So like I said, we're being nice and really gentle with this, because it's such a focal point. I want to make sure that I am doing this as good as I can. Yeah, there's a couple things that could work really well. Okay, so that should be good for right now. So we're being very gentle because it's a delicate front piece of this cosplay. So I've got my front, and I'm going to lay it down just on here like so. Remember, like I said, you just gently lay it down at first, and then you take your paint scraper, and you're going to go over top of it and make sure that you're rubbing out all of the air bubbles that you possibly can at this stage of the game. Try to press it down and rub out as many air bubbles as you can. Now we're going to take your other piece, and see, it's very awkward shapes, so we're just going to try and gently lay it on top like so, minimizing the amount of air bubbles. I'm going to rub over top of it. Remember, don't press on the edges yet. Rub over top of it. And because we use such a low heat, you're going to take your heat again. You can heat it. Oops, that was too high. And you're going to reheat just again, especially right on the edges. And sort of let gravity kind of try and do it all on its own. Gently pushing in. There we go. Perfect. Oops. Have I ever had any air bubbles? Of course. I get air bubbles on every cosplay. Seriously. Air bubbles is something that it's not, like, it happens. It's just going to happen. The point is to do effects like this that minimize the amount of air bubbles that you're going to get. And if you do get very big air bubbles, you need to try and take measures to get rid of them as cleanly as possible. So you can see it's starting to form over top of it, starting to take the shape. Now, like I said, I like to do just a little push at first so I can kind of see where I'm going, and then take our two big tools and right to the edge sandwich method with the protractor. See, this is all a very curved shape right here. Right to the edge sandwich method protractor. We're getting that in there nice and tight. This is, see these curves here? Perfect parts for the protractor to work its magic. Like you can see, it's nice and tight and really fitting that edge. That's why the protractor is one of my absolute favorite tools. The way to avoid air bubbles would be to use one layer of Worbla and partially wrap around the back edge. Yes, Stella, so you can do the wrap method, but the thing that I don't like about the wrap method is it's just a personal preference. Like I said, everybody does their own thing and they do them all, you know, the same. I just don't like certain elements, like crisp things, like for example, this like point right here. So like this point, that would say be right at the top with the wrap method, I personally feel like it would not be as sharp because you're folding over top. But it's just a personal thing. Plus I like the reinforcement of having the double layers. But air bubbles are one of those things that they can happen, but as long as you work pretty hard to try and avoid them, and once they happen, because they will, take some nice steps to just sort of correct your mistakes there, then they're not really that much of a problem at all. So see, we got a really nice crisp edge going there with our sandwich method. Yeah, it wouldn't be as rigid. Do I save the pieces that I cut and stuck together? Absolutely. They can also just be heated up and reused. In fact, when you're doing modeling, like making, this is a little straighter. I think I'm going to use the paint scraper. When you're doing stuff like you're rolling it all together to make claws or horns or something, sometimes the pieces that are already bonded together like this work even better. So I'm going to take my heat, again, nice and gentle. Whoa. Keep turning on the super high, but this one I'm really trying to be careful and take my time with. Okay, perfect. So still going in there. I'm using alternating tools right here. This had this slight little rounded tip right there, and then this was more rounded. Alrighty, now we're coming up to the far more difficult area. This does not have sort of a specific method of how you get around little areas like this. So I'm just going to sort of push in at the edge because it's rounded and try to bond it like so. I'm going to use the protractor just a bit. There we go. And then this inside part here, well, first part I can do fine with the paint scraper because it's a straight edge. So that part right here, I can do just fine. Same with this other side right here. That one works just fine as well. And I'm doing the pen. I'm doing the pen thing. I'm doing my best with the pen stuff. Okay, here's me trying to really get the edge in here. So I wish I had a bottle cap because it's nice because it has a really good straight edge. So there we go. Trying my best. Ugh. Use sort of this little rounded part right here. All right. Kind of got it. Yes. Pen time. Yes. So, best thing, 1/2 the batter to mirror it so that it's identical. Aw, let's see. Aw, Stella's gone. Aw, bye, Stella. I'm so glad you came to join. Okay, so now we're going to do the secondary part. Skyline cosplay. What kind of surface do I keep the Worbla on? You want to figure out how to avoid it getting stuck to the work surface? That is a wonderful question. So, I use just regular old parchment paper that you can get at any grocery store. Don't use wax paper. I will say this right now. Wax paper, big mistake. Do not use wax paper. Bad, bad, bad. Right? Because wax paper is actually, the waxy stuff will melt under the heat gun and it'll kind of like stick to your Worbla, and it's annoying and just really not the best. So I would use parchment paper, and then underneath that, I just have this little plastic heat safe mat that's actually ripped in half that you can get at any Walmart or even grocery store or whatever, and it just is another little heat protective thing. But the parchment paper works wonders. I'll just put that on the floor. I'll put that on anything, and it really, really does help protect your surfaces. Okay, so we're almost done with this front piece right here. And like I said, guys, before, I have not ever done this before. I have never done the Sylvanas, breastplate, anything. So this is all just me doing this for the first time with you guys. So I'm hoping, fingers crossed, it works out. Okay. So still, sandwich, push down. Sandwich and push down. There you go. One more. Let's crack at the heat right here. Awesome. Okay, so this is, I'm going to do a nice little just sort of rounded tip right there. And do a nice little roundings on the edge right here. Alrighty. Yeah, you should check it out. You're worried about the surface below, but you got your own workshop. Yeah, I would really check out the parchment paper. I have never burned anything like underneath what I've been working on when I've been working with Worbla and the heat gun. I really haven't ever burnt anything. So, I mean, I've burnt myself. I've used a gun and hurt myself, but I've never actually burnt anything else. So I would definitely check that out. Parchment paper is really great for that stuff. So let's just, all right. So we essentially got this done. We've got our nice little piece all warbled up. So let's cut it out and then attach it. So just taking your scissors, slice along the edges that you created with your tools. Just try to get as close to the pattern as possible without splitting open the two pieces of Worbla. Like I said, it's good to not just press it down and to use tools to try to get this stuff down. Now these parts are going to be tricky. Cutting out these parts are kind of hard. Yeah, exactly. Try using the end of tweezers or a nail cutter. Ooh, really good idea. Very good. Yeah, it's sometimes sort of tricky to get these little ends right here, and I am doing my absolute darndest to get these up and curved. Awesome. That's all cut. That one's cut pretty good. right in the inside there. You can see that's pretty good. Nice little hook. Not too shabby. I'm going to try to get this next one while it's still slightly warm. The hotter it is, the easier Worbla is to cut, but sometimes having it crisper and cooled a bit can get you some decently sort of sharper edges. All right, got that, good. And here we go. Still cutting out my pieces. Oh, you got a piece for sleep. Okay, well, I will see you next time. And I hope you have a lovely sleep. You can just watch the rest of it after. It will all be saved or all be up on YouTube. So let's keep cutting. Oh, the top part is already super duper cooled down. So it's being a little annoying to cut. You can hear the nice slicing of the scissors. So this is perfect. Can they say that cutting when it's cooler can give sharper edges? It can. It can sometimes be easier to cut when it's cooler, but it is harder to cut. It sort of depends on the quality of your scissors. All right. If you've got really good quality scissors, it can sometimes be sharper when you cut it when it's cooler, but I really would recommend cutting it warm solely for the fact that even then the scissors will have it bond together. So you can see we have our nice little top piece. It's a little wonky right now. That doesn't matter like in the slightest because it's going to be reheated up again and put onto our breastplate. It's just because it was hot when it was being cut. So the next thing that I will show you just really quick, the next thing I'm going to do is we're going to attach it onto the breastplate right here. So the first thing that I really just want to do, this one little thing, I kind of forgot to do this before, and I really want to do it now just to make sure that it is all done and good, is I'm going to take this, so I'm laying my pattern that I had done before. And where is my silver? I had my silver pen. Oh, there's my gold one. I'll use that one instead. Okay. So I have my gold and my silver pen. And I'm just going to, you remember where there was that little hole sort of in the breastplate? Just gonna draw this right here. Okay, and then the next one, I'm gonna go over. And I'm gonna measure out where I would have placed, or I'm gonna place this. You can do this after, but sometimes it's helpful to just sort of do it before just to make sure that you're cutting at the right spot. Okay. So you can see, remember there was those two little holes that, so those little arc pieces and stuff, I don't want there to be Worbla there. I think that that would be gross. I want it to be an open, nice, very pretty sort of filigree design. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually just going to heat this area and I'm going to cut out some holes right here beforehand. It doesn't matter if it looks ugly because at the end of the day, it's going to be covered up. So I got that side all heated. I'm just going to take my scissors. See, I just drew that. And I'm going to do a little bit bigger than what I drew. Because it doesn't matter. It's all going to end up being covered up anyway. And I'm just going to go over it. Like so. And there you go. So you can see all I did was just heat up this very, very, very small part of my breastplate and cut it out. And it looks bad and it looks really janky, but that's okay because you're not going to, can you kind of see? It's going to be covered up anyway. See? Now it hangs out and looks so much better than if that little black piece was going to be there. So don't worry if it's kind of looking a little gross and a little rough and stuff right now. Everything always gets better with armor. It always progresses on. All right. So there you go. You can see I've cut that out. I'm just going to do the same for the other side. And let's see. Miter saws will take care of the gold dots. Miter saws always take care of the gold dots. Everybody's all the miter saws. It's always everything, Eric, with you with miter saws. It's always tools. So chat, some of you guys making some cosplays right now? I want to know what everybody is working on. It would be cool to hear what you guys are doing. I know what some of you in chat are working on, but it would be very neat to hear what some others are. All right. I take my scissors, and again, I'm just cutting these little dots out. And it is okay if it is ugly looking, because it is all going to be covered up. The only thing that you need to be cautious about is not totally whacking out your shape or anything like that. Aw, bye Dax. Have a good night. You're working on Malthel. Oh. Oh my god, you're going to be at the Pentacon? Oh my god, that's amazing. I love Malthel. That's beautiful, beautiful filigree design in that costume. That is fantastic. I am very, very excited for it. It's going to be great. Woo! Going to be super duper cool. Okay, so I'm just going to leave that upside down right here. Now, as you can sort of see, I cut out these little spaces just so that it looks better when I actually put my stuff on top, so that there's these nice little holes and everything in it. So I'm just going to flip that over, cut out my little relief points in there so you can see through, and now we are going to actually attach the front piece of the breastplate. Just going to leave that there for a moment, and I'm going to heat this right up. We're going to attach the front piece of the breastplate. And Hobbit elf armor, that would be amazing. I love, after the wedding, you're going to be working on a rogue no-face. What? Is this like an original design? I'm very excited to see what that will be about. Oh, I will not. Good night, Dax. You're working on green lattice. It says, oh, I don't even know what that is there. All right. So I'm just heating up my other piece that goes on top. flipping it over. Gonna be very cautious because this is the good side. This is the side that is showing. Don't want to get some bad air bubbles or anything in there. Always, like I said, when you are going to be heating things, you want to always alternate your heats and have it always constantly moving so that you're not just focal pointing heat on one spot. Okay, perfect. So that's all nice and heated and flat and everything and ready to be attached. Now the last thing that you're going to do is you're just going to heat up the outside of your breastplate right here. All the areas that this is going to be attaching onto. Just heat it very gently. Don't heat it too much or else you'll distort the shape. You want to just gently heat it like that. Okay, and very cautiously. This is kind of crazy work. I gotta just put this on my legs for right now, so I can just show you guys in a second. I'm gonna be taking this and all right. So sorry I had to do that sort of a little bit off camera, but as you can see, I am just laying it on top of my breastplate that I just heated and gently pushing it down to attach it. Just being nice and gentle and pushing it down, making sure that everything is attached and nice and straight. And then sometimes what I like to do is I'll just do a nice quick little roll over the table just to make sure everything is nice and good and firmly on there. Pretty decent, no air bubbles. Everything's looking pretty smooth and nice. And just gonna fix up these little edges right here, just making sure that they are pointing the way that I want them to. And there you go. So we've already created the, hey K-pop star, hurry, hello. No, you don't add any, I don't add any design to the back. Oh, I will, for sure. I will totally do design and stuff to the back. This is just to show you guys how like the front part and everything goes. It's just sort of to show you a basic overview of adding relief and adding details and stuff. I will for sure be adding some design and everything to the back, but you can see here is the start of the Sylvanas breastplate with having a lot of dimension and relief. So there you go. So let's take a quick look at this. Wow, it's just cooling and everything. Already, it's gotten thicker, it's gotten sturdier, all of that stuff. So let's just take a quick little look. Pulling the shirt up like that. And there you go. The Sylvanas breastplate is starting to take shape. Now you can see that there's some sort of filigree details and everything that are in her design. So it's all starting to look a little more like an actual sort of Warcraft breastplate and stuff. And it's all through relief and dimension and all of that. So let's just wait for this. As my shirt is still up. Let's just, 2 layers of Worbla. Hey, so the detailing are, Yeah, they're sandwiched with craft foam and everything. I go over how I did the detailing. It's the masking tape method that you are going to do. All right, so let's just let this cool down completely for one moment. Since I should not have put it on and stretched it out. That's okay. Okay, so we're just going to let this cool down for 1 minute. And we're going to, I'm going to take a nice little sip of water. You're building a life-size K2SO droid from Star Wars. Wow, that's so awesome. I love it. So you're going to be doing female Artemis human form. Oh, it's amazing. Like Artemis from Sailor Moon. So, because I think that would be really, really cool. Yeah, there's craft foam in between the brown layers. So, let's see. This is almost dry. And I'm going to take a look where I've got my little, my cool little gem thing that I'm going to put in the center there as well. I haven't quite decided if I should add even another relief layer. Maybe. All right. So I'm going to just start then. So I'll do the cos, I'll do all of that stuff. This would all be done like in the process, but I'm just trying to show you guys how you add relief and details and edging and all of that onto your design pieces. So we started this, now it's starting to look a little bit more like a breastplate, right? Thank you. Yeah, the colors, it was kind of galaxy, cosmic-y sort of inspired colors. So, yes, cosplay supplies. What was the longest I took to make a cosplay and which one? It was probably the Barbarian. That took a long time. Or Snow White actually took quite a while to do this as well. Like it was pretty, it was a pretty detailed costume. So this one took quite a bit of time. The Barbarian took a really long time. The sword and everything took forever. But it was something that I was just like, I loved it. I was very passionate about the Barb, and so I was really learning everything. It was my first time learning stuff. So I am going to make, so the last thing I'm going to do is I am going to make another little relief piece. This is going to go on top just like that. I'm going to just take, I'm going to take my initial pattern right there, because that's the exact shape of this top part. So you can see this is our pattern to our in reality. Yeah, the Snow White is just one of my faves too. I loved it. Oh, how did I make the jewel? So the jewel was done by resin casting. I just used, usually if I were to make jewels or gemstones, like I make all of my own gemstones and stuff, right? So things like those and whatever. I do all of my own gems, and that is a whole other process of doing resin casting and whatever. I will do a show on resin casting and how to make your own gems and to create your own gems. It is super duper easy. This one was just cast with clear white resin from a previous mold that I already made and had. And I'll show you guys this. I made this geometric shape. I made this mold and everything, right? Like you guys can do this too, and it is super duper easy. Will Worbla stick to itself if one piece has already been sealed and painted? Night Drew. Have a good night. Yes, Worbla can still stick to it if it has been sealed and painted, but it does not stick as well. And then the problem that you run into is you'll have to heat the Worbla back up again. And when you're heating paint and primer and everything, it can start to bubble and it can smell like really, really bad. So just be forewarned if you are doing that to be cautious when you are reheating up your already primed and painted Worbla. It can smell really bad and be kind of toxic. So I would just be a little cautious about that. So all I'm doing right now, I want to add one more sort of relief design. So I'm taking the pattern that I had already made, and I'm just retracing part of it. I'm retracing the center and just sort of the bottom part right here. So I'm retracing that. And then I'm going to take it and I'm going to trace it over onto the other side, just mirroring the pattern like we do. And there you go, just mirroring this pattern right here. And so I got this front piece right here, and I'm going to, so that goes almost all the way down to the bottom. I want to just have a little smaller sort of diamond shaped on top. So I'm going to just pull this down to about, I don't know, let's see. I'm gonna pull it down probably to, I'm gonna still follow, I'm gonna do this right about here. And then let's pull the diamond up like this. There we go. Nice diamond shaped pattern right there. So you can see I added a new little diamond shape that I'm going to add on top just to add a little bit more dimension and relief into it. So let's cut this out. My hair is flipping all over the place. Aw, good night, discreet. Okay. So doing the edges, I'm going to cut this out and then recopy it onto the other side. All right. Okay, now right down the center, and then I'm going to make my pattern just by retracing both sides onto here. Ah. I need some pens that actually work in this house. Why? Oh, there's the better pen. And there you go. Let's flip it over to the other side. Always just mirror your product. Always mirror your patterns. When you mirror your patterns, it means that you are going to be creating patterns that are exactly equal, and they will just end up really looking better. So I'm going to do like a nice little arrow so I know that that's up. And I'm just cutting out a shape. All right, so I got my nice little diamond. And I'm going to Worbla over that, and I'm just going to place it on so that there's just a little more relief and dimension that's in there. And I can just use a lot of those. I can literally just use this piece of Worbla that I was so careless and cut up last time. So yeah, Sharpie pens are really good. I know, I definitely need more pens and markers. So I'm just going to cut this piece really, really quick here. You don't really need to do too much measuring with this stuff. This is a super simple Worbla shape that you can heat up like ASAP. I just put my Worbla over top right here. Alright, I got my two shapes. I got my little center shape. Perfect. Let's get rid of this stuff. That's over there. And we're just going to go. So that's up though. I'm going to make sure to mark that. And just heat it up. I'm going to do it on super high heat because this is super easy peasy lemon squeezy. Okay. Perfect. Good heating. This is really, these are really easy shapes. Don't waste materials. Yeah, I know. I always am so bad. I'm like, don't waste all the materials, and then I just like waste all of it. It's just easier on stream than actually sort of going through it, right? Than going through the processes and stuff. Already, I'm probably gonna have to stream 2 days to. Aww! Thank you so much for the donation. Oh my god! Oh my god! Thank you! Whoa! Oh my god! Oh, thank you so much for the donation. Oh my god, that's absolutely amazing. Wow. I can get lots and lots of pens now. Oh, I can't even believe that. I'm just totally touched. Thank you. Oh. Oh my god. Thank you, Adrius. I'm so touched. Oh, so many pens. Now it's all the pens. I'm just gonna get the most, like, amazing baller pens. Yay! As I'm, like, just sitting here trucking away and doing it. Now we're gonna have all the pens! Now we're gonna go get super fancy colored ones just for you guys. Aw, good night, honey. Good night, Adrius. Thank you again so much. And definitely come back next stream. It's going to be amazing. So we're going to go into some really cool stuff. I think I'll probably do molding and casting next stream and LED stuff. So the chameleon pens. What are the chameleon pens? Oh my god. Have a good night, honey. Thank you again. Okay. So my final piece. Oh, thanks for the follow. Look at all the good things that are happening right now. Oh, thank you. So awesome. Look at all of the super fun stuff. Okay, so now I'm cutting the second piece because, you know, we want to create depth and relief and dimension. All right. Remember I did my little arrow. You can kind of see it through the Worbla. So I'm going to put that on top, as you can kind of see right there. So now we're creating more depth and relief and dimension into this. So I'm going to place that on top. Obviously, the boob cups and everything would be done as well. There's all sorts of Worbla pieces that'll go on top of it. Oh, the little kitty alert! Isn't that so sweet? I know. I love the little kitty. It's because it's like, when it's a follow, it's like, I love you. And so it just like chases little hearts. And then the little Meowth for the donations, because he's a kitty also. But Meowth used to like be with Giovanni at the Rocket Arcade or whatever in the game. And you needed coins to play it. I don't know. Does that make sense kind of? And his attack with the like coins and blah, blah, blah. I don't know. So that's kind of how I figured that. So I'm just, literally, I'm just taking this little piece that I just made. I'm just popping it right on top, right down the center line and everything there. Just to add a little bit of a cooler sort of relief and dimension into this. A lot of times when I'm putting pieces on and I want to make sure that I am getting them as clean as possible, I will take my paint scraper and I will do this. And I will just make sure that everything is all nice and organized and flat edged and clean. Clean is the word of the day. So, yes, we're gonna do, I know, I really know, that's gonna be so crazy. As you draw them, you can get darker colors, you can change colors, depending on which ones you get. This chameleon pen sounds so crazy, that would be super duper fun. Yes, I'm definitely going to, yeah, maybe we'll just switch it out because we've done lots of Worbla stuff, so we'll go on to a different type of crafting, and we'll do resin casting next go. That is super fun. I'll just show you mold making. It'll be mold making and resin casting. We'll actually cast stuff on stream. So, can you kind of see the designs? Now we're starting to add some depth and dimension into our breastplate. Let's see if I can kind of pull my shirt up again. So it's really starting to kind of get a little more dimensional. We're starting to add some more elegance to it. Let's see. Oh yeah, the next string's gonna be fun. Yeah, we'll do that next string. I think we'll do that next string. So we'll switch it up just for a minute and we'll do the whole resin casting and all that stuff. Oh no. Oh, there it is. So, and then this, if you can kind of see, it's gonna go in the middle there to add just a little more elegance. So the final thing that I will show you guys is all that I'm gonna show you how exactly I do my edging and what edging can really do for your cosplay or your armor or whatever. So let's take a look. So this is how it is initially, right? And you can see it looks better than when we started. So we just had, you know, basic breastplate, bottom. I can't see it. So sort of, let's take a look at like our progress. So we had basic breastplate bottom. Now we've added some little elements of dimension to there. We've got a couple different depths. We got the black as the base depth, then the secondary depth of this line, then the third depth of this one that's on top, and then there will end up being a fourth depth of that. But now let's start getting into some. Worbla's got a decent bit of flex to it, or you can just pry it open and fit it around torso. Yeah, it's got a pretty decent amount of flex. So let's see. Yes. What is the shine that's inside the breast part? Is it plastic? Oh, that was when you're doing saran wrap and you're making your Worbla booby cups and you're doing it with saran wrap, get name brand saran wrap or cling wrap. Don't get the cheap dollar store stuff. Because I've used name brand all the time, but I was at the dollar store the other day and I was like, oh, forget it, I'm going to get the cheap stuff. And lo and behold, it just wasn't thick enough and it melted to the inside of my boob cups. But that's okay. It really doesn't matter because the inside of my boob cups are done and they're never going to be touched again except for by my chest. So it's totally fine. Yes, Worbla's got a decent amount of flex you can stretch around. As I would do the back and stuff, it will get a little less flexy, but you can see with a lot of my armors or whatever, yeah, there's an amount of flex that's in there. I can stretch it out and throw it on top, and it works out pretty well. So let's go to the edging that we cut earlier. So now we're just gonna start edging up our design. I'm going to take a look at some of the edgings here so you can see. Let's take, I always like to pick the ones that are my favorites. So I'm going to take this one, and this one. They're going to go for the top bit. That's a good one for there. That's a nice one. Yeah, that one's in. Yeah, those are nice. Okay. I don't know, it's stupid. I just have this like theory that different edgings do different things. But you can see we're starting to get, oh yeah, I love, oh thank you so much French Vince. I love the pally. Oh yeah, you could line them with furs, I'm sure, but you're really not going to see them. Like, take a look at the inside of all of my boob cups. Look at how gross that is. It's like speckles of paint and raw Worbla and stuff. That's where my boobs go, and so nobody goes and looks in there. You know what I mean? Like, look at the inside of this one. Look at that spray paint. Look at the hack job up there. But then you look at the outside, and you're like, ooh, nice, right? So it's nobody looks at the inside of your costume. So it really does not matter too much. Okay. So when I first off start doing my edging, actually I like this piece a lot better. So I first off start doing my edging, I'm going to start, when you start edging a costume, start with the lowest area first. So, yeah, the Worbla linguini. So what is the purpose for the saran wrap inside? So yeah, just go check out my last video. It just shows so that when you use your styrofoam balls, thanks so much for the follow. When you use your styrofoam balls and you do that to make your boot cups, so you can see this is how I made my boot cups, is by shaping this over top of the styrofoam balls. You want your styrofoam balls to not burn under the heat of the Worbla because it's pretty cheap foam. Like, they can sometimes get a little melty or it can stick to it and it just gets really annoying. So you use the saran wrap and you just wrap the ball up so that when you put it over top, you just take it off and then you just peel the saran wrap out normally, except for it's stuck this time. But, so when you start doing edging and you start doing your detailing, you're going to start on the lowest area first. So I'm going to start on this part right here, and because this line that I've added in there is angled, I'm going to cut this on an angle to start it out so it fits perfectly. So I just look at this and I go, okay, I think my angle is going to be, thanks so much for the follow. So I think my angle is going to be right, it's kind of like, it's very, very slight. So it's sort of like this. Can you see? So I did just a little bit of an angle because when you're coming out of somewhere, you want it to, say, link up nicely underneath there so it fits in really good. Aw, night, Kane. Aw, before the food talk starts again. So I'm going to cut that. And there you go. So it fits in perfectly. So the first thing I'm going to do is I'm just going to end up heating up all of my edging. Heat up the whole big long strip right here. And then I do a very light, gentle heat just on this part where it's going to be sticking to, just like that. Just nice, light, gentle heat. Not that much, just to barely activate it. And then I line it up, starting underneath. And I just follow the curves around. As so. Follow it around nicely. Trim at the edge there, save that little piece of edging, and then I just go over with my fingers and gently push it so that it's on. Then, just so that, I mean, it already looks decently straight, but so that I feel confident that it's completely straight, I go and I just take my nice handy X-Acto blade. Random guy just saw that video for chameleon pens. Wow, they're awesome. Oh my God. What's the goal on top for it? It's actually, we decided this last stream, all chat decide together that it's just it's for a 3D printer so that I can do some crazier and experiment with a world of cosplay that I've never done before. So I thought that would be really cool to try and get into that and to have those experiences. So like you can see, I just take my X-Acto knife. What class is the actual project? We're doing detailing, we're doing how to make relief detailing, and we're doing edging. So we're just showing how I make edging and how to do relief details. So how it's not just painted on details, or you don't just make it flat, you do multiple different layers so that your end product has a lot of dimension. So like you can see I'm just taking an X-Acto blade and going in and making sure that all of the sides and everything are nice and clean. I'll then take the rounded part and go in through the rounded just to sharpen it up a bit so that everything is smooth and good. And there you go. So we got, oh, thanks so much for the follow. So we got, is the edging sandwich too? Yeah, it's 2 layers, and I showed earlier in this video before you got here how I make all of my edging. It's 2 layers of Worbla together, and then I showed the exact measurements of me measuring it out. So you can go back and check that out. So there you go. So you can see I've now added that nice clean edged part. So let's continue on. We'll start now with this part, this little curve right here, because this is something that sometimes people can get really confused about with these curved edges. Curved edges, like this little bottom bit, are all about geometry. So I'll take this little piece that I just heated and used here, and we're going to use this for it. Now, if you have the curve at the bottom, like so, I don't like to like wrap around or anything like that. I think that looks bad. So you just take it and you actually will cut it into the shape that this point would be. So you'll look at it and say, okay, it's about on an angle like that. I'm going to take it, cut it into an angle. And that is the angle that you will use for the front. Let's sharpen it up a bit. Come on, focus. All right, it won't focus. It's just focusing on me. So there you go. You can sort of see that's the angle that you're using. You're using this pointed, angled part so that your edging is going to be as sharp and as nice as possible. And the same will happen when you get around to this curve. You're going to have to cut a point into it. Maybe you should make it out of Worbla Simple Geometry. I did do Hanzo. Absolutely. I did McCree. Thank you so much for the follow. For sure. And yeah, I did mech stuff out of it. So it's pretty simple. You can get it. So sometimes when this is thinner, it starts to fly. So you can see now I'm just heating that, and I'm going to give a nice gentle little heat right here. That's all you need. And I'm doing my point right at the bottom, at the center. I've already pre-cut it. And I'm just following along the outside shape. Because Worbla can take complex 3D curves, it can curve, and it can bend and all of that. So once you get to this edge, I just go to the other side. I let it sort of hang off like that. Then I go to the other side and I cut myself a nice little point into it so that I am keeping everything very sharp and clean. So that's that front edged part that's added. See how much cleaner, how much nicer everything's looking? It's starting to look detailed. It's starting to look a lot more cleaner and kind of like Sylvanas' and stuff. So if you and chat came up with this last stream and you're already a third of the way there, it doesn't seem far off. Yeah, so we, yeah, it's been so great. People have been really amazing. That's what I was able to do. I got all my whole sheet of Worbla and my craft foam and everything last time. So that was from the amazing community and everything to help, you know, fund this whole cosplay crazy streaming crafting adventure, because I just want to be able to bring knowledge and bring this stuff to you guys, and we do this together. I want you guys to have this sort of regular kind of Sunday show that you guys can go to if you want to learn about crafting or put on while you guys are crafting and everything. So it's been so much fun, and I'm having a blast with it. And I really hope you guys have been enjoying it too. Next episode, like I said, we're going to do something crazy. We're going to do mold making. We're going to do doing gemstones and how to actually make the silicone molds. That will be fun. We're just going to switch it up for 1 week. Switch it up real good. Alrighty. So, what's the, would the ideas behind edging work for Worbla embroidering? So, what do you mean by Worbla embroidering? Could you go into just a little bit more details about that? Like, do you mean like doing little like pretty little swirls and filigreed sort of edges like that? Is that what you mean? It's like your weekly cosplay lesson. No, but see, don't take notes. You can just watch back over. You just need to watch and experience and take it all in. Because it's super duper easy to do. I mean, look at how far, I mean, how much this is actually looking like a real breastplate already. I mean, look. Okay. So now again, secondary part. So you can make a choice if you want to turn this into like one sort of little edge right there. Actually, I think I'm going to do that. We'll see. So again, you've got this little hooked part, right? You got that hooked part on the bottom. So you're going to want to cut this into an angled shape. So let's do it like so, like a shape like that, angled so that it fits in there perfectly and goes around a lot. These are actually even need a bit of a greater angle in here, something even more angular like that. Yep, that looks good. So I'm just gonna keep this and keep doing my edging. Yeah, that's why I really want to experiment with it. I've seen people like Bindi and stuff do a lot of really incredible things with, and Benzie does so much amazing 3D printing. So I would just love to get into that and to experiment with it and see how much it could really help and change cosplay and everything. So do you mean like filigree? So it's like you can see all the crazy lines and details on the outside of the steel. Yeah, you can absolutely do, yeah, Worbla for filigreed edging and stuff, of course. You can for sure use it for filigreed stuff, 100%. It's great for that. You can take, because it can take on curves, you could even like roll it up and do thin little lines so that it will, hold on. Sorry, I'm just concentrating here. So you can even do thin little lines that you roll up. And actually, I should have heated the rest of this. This is going to go. It's going to be one piece, guys. Got heat while I do this. Hey, you can roll it up into thin little things and do sort of like puff paint kind of filigree sort of designs. So it's really great for that. I should have heated the rest of this, but I didn't think it would go for like the whole thing. I thought I was gonna have to make cut pieces, but I don't, so just heating this as I go. So there we go. Making more and more nice, pretty edging in there. Once again, I take my little blade and I use it to just really reinforce and sharpen up some of these edges that I have in here. Just like so. And let's see, you didn't see a streaming schedule in the info. Do you have a schedule set so far, or is it when you have time? So I stream every Sundays between 6 and 7, and on Thursdays I do gaming between 6 and 7, but I'm probably going to end up turning that into crafting or just adding on another crafting night. So, yeah, the little detail, you can see some of the little detailing that I really, yeah, Ashley did, Oshley cosplay. I know her as Ashley. She did really crazy little great filigree details when it comes to that stuff on her variant cosplay. So it's perfect for that. Sci-Fi Channel has a show called Cosplay Melee, and if he likes the competition, does the best cosplay episode. Yeah, I do know Cosplay Melee. I've got some friends. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. I have some friends who are on it, and they're absolutely fantastic. I've got some good friends who are on it, but then I also have the executive producer actually messaged me and asked me to apply for the show as well through my Instagram. However, because I'm Canadian, they said, oh, sorry, no way. So, oh well, like, none of that for me. So you can see we're starting to add some nice little edging details and stuff on there. We're starting to bring this to life. Look at how much cleaner this is looking. Looking how much more, how much greater depth, how much more smooth and symmetrical and everything this is looking. So I'm just going to finish quickly doing the other side. Yeah, it was too bad. Oh, thanks for the follow. Yeah. So, oh, and you can, or type, oh yeah, you can check out my other streams and my other YouTube stuff and whatever. So, I'm going to, that's all of my other, I'm going to use the longer piece here. See how much edging you actually end up going through? So I'm just going to do the other side, and we're going to see all the detail work, and then I'm going to do the top part. So it's really, really quick. So let's flip that upside down. And it's already, the weight is already starting to get heavy. It's already starting to get heavier and thicker, and it's really starting to come to life. Like, I'm really stoked. It's starting to just come together super nicely. And that is always really exciting to see when you're working on a creation. So I'm going to heat up this side. So have you guys watched a lot of Cosplay Melee? Like, is it good? Is it something that, like, people are super into, or? The only downside about YouTube videos is that you don't have the chat replay. I know, it's true. I really wish that there was the chat replay. Because then you can actually see all of the questions and everything that are being asked. I'm going to have to sort of figure out how to have, I guess you can like visually show the chat on the screen, but I really don't want to be taking away from like the process that's going on in my 2-camera setup. So once again, I'm just gently heating it up. I'm heating up the edging that I already made, and I am just laying this on top of my breastplate pattern. Yeah, it's good, but now after you're saying you can't participate because you're Canadians, yes. Yeah, American TV stuff, there is a really big thing with the States and TV things, and just, it's tough to be a Canadian with this stuff. You can't. So yeah, I had, if you go on one of the, it's one of the casting directors for it. If you go on, like, even his Instagram, he actually tagged me in one of his posts that he made of the Cosplay Melee photo. And he tagged me. He also tagged Elise Loren, who is as well Canadian. And he tagged somebody else, I forget who was also Canadian. And he then sent me a message or whatever. And I got a message from them on my Instagram, and they said, you should really, like, apply for the show. It would be really great for you, and blah, blah, blah. And I wrote back, and I said, well, do you accept Canadians? And they were just like, no, sorry. So, oh, well, that's okay. Yeah, I can't even watch the show in Canada. That's why it's like, you know, I haven't actually seen it yet. I don't have the Sci-Fi Network, and then when you try to watch the videos online, they're like, no way. you're not in this country, so you can't view this content. So it really does kind of suck. But whatever. Alright, so I got my second filigreed part on that one side there. So I'm gonna keep going. And I'm going to start with this bottom part right here. Oops. As I'm knocking all my edging and everything off. I know, you can even watch it. There's cosplayers all around the world. Yeah, there is cosplay all around the world, but not only the US. So, yeah, if you ever have questions, you can ask them next stream. Oh, for sure. Absolutely. And next stream is going to be incredibly exciting because we're going to be doing some casting and stuff. We're going to switch it up. I'm going to show you how I make molds, and we're going to make a bunch of molds, and I'm going to bust out all the resin like right here on the table. We're going to just cast them and make some stuff. It's going to be like a science thing. I'm going to call next episode the science educational episode. We're going to be doing science stuff, so I'm excited. Oh, yeah, yeah, Makmo, it should be, oh, thank you so much for the follow. It should be, on the same channel as Face Off, but it's not. I don't even have cable anymore, I just have Netflix, but you still can't get it online without some pretty, like, extreme pirating, and they have a lot of these things where they're like, oh, so-and-so, like, you know, you are not registered in this country to watch this, so you can't watch it. So we're just doing the final little bit of edging right here. And I'm going to curve this around nicely. This is fun. I'm liking this. See, I love doing the teaching and stuff, but I see a lot of people just do just sitting and making stuff. I've seen a lot of people recently do 12-hour streams. Is that like a thing? Is that a good thing? Is it something that people are like super into or whatever? 12-hour streams? And they try to like do a whole bunch of stuff in like 12 hours or whatever? I wonder if I could like make a whole armor cosplay in a 12-hour stream. Oh. I wonder if I would be able to do it. Seems pretty aggressive and super ambitious. But I could definitely try. So let's take my rounded part, and again, I'm just using my nice little detail tool to just fix up all of these edges. There we go. Edges are getting on there. Starting to look a lot more pro. It's starting to look a lot nicer, a lot cleaner. And I need, oh yeah, I need a big long one because that's right, I just went the whole way. So I'm going to take, and do this one right here. Like I said, I look at edging and I'm like, ooh, I like you, and then I'm like, I don't like you. You're jumping ahead, but what kind of clay do you use to make the shape for your molds? Who says I use clay, Stoofers? So, I will show you next time my mold making techniques. I will show you an example of things like really aggressive mold making techniques, like making how you do a box mold and how to do a 2-part mold and stuff. But I will show you my basic, this is like my basic gem. These are things like, you know those little roses for Sailor Jupiter? I made my Sailor Jupiter earrings. I will, I'll show you how you can sculpt things out of clay and stuff. But trust me, it'll be really cool. We're going to do it'll be a really interesting show. But my actual, like, sort of mold stuff itself. Okay, I'll give you a hint right now, Stoofers. So, you wish it was easier to get beveled edges with Worbla? Yeah. It's, it can be annoying to get beveled edges with Worbla for sure. But, sometimes I like things to be kind of more cleaner filigreed sort of stuff and not as cartoony as the thicker beveled edges. So sometimes I like doing beveled edge stuff, but other times I'm just like, I don't know. I like it to be a little bit smoother and cleaner and nicer. So, yes, Stuffer. So I'll give you, yeah, the edges is starting to look like really decent things. Well, 12-hour stream, that's kind of insane as long as you keep yourself fed, water, and bathroom. I've seen people do that just recently, though, Skyline. Like, I had a lot of friends just recently just go hardcore with the 12-hour stream. I don't know what it's about, or it can take a lot out of you, and I've never sat through an entire... It benefits gamers who want to catch up. Oh, interesting. So it goes to people all over because of the time zone change and stuff. I get it. Very, very cool. But anyway, you bought mold making stuff from Smooth On, but you haven't gotten anything else yet. Okay, so that stuff is great, Stoofers, for sure, but I will show you exactly what I use, and I'll tell you right now, the stuff that I use to make the majority of my molds, like my actual like molds, right? You can actually get at Michael's for like $30. And this is me molding and casting things. So be prepared. I will show you all of my secrets and the products that I use. Oh, also the other thing too, and I'll let you know this, is that if you're just making things like you're making small gemstones or even larger gemstones and stuff, you can go from creating the basic shape and doing your mold to casting in it in 30 minutes. 30 minutes. So you'll see next time. It's very exciting and super neat. All right. So just getting this sorted. Oh, what? Yes, it's saucery. Yes, and so, yeah, my gems, and they're always very, like I've mentioned many times before, I have a weird thing with geometrics. Like, I like things to be very equal and everything. Yeah, the casting stream will be next time, and it's going to be super duper cool. It's real, like, I will lie. What I'm going to do is I'm actually going to create shapes. I'm going to make shapes from scratch. I'm going to make a mold of them. Like, I'll do things like my, you know, like the diamonds that I had or whatever. We'll do some diamonds. We could do, you know, like the star. Ooh, I could do this next time, like my star gems and stuff. I'll only be able to cast them in white because clear resin does take longer to set. But I will do things from making like a star or a diamond or geometric shapes, making the mold, having the mold set, then casting in the mold, and then popping out the mold, and I'll show it to you guys all in the span of the stream. But I'll have to use white, but you'll get the idea of how much easier it really is when you know sort of the right techniques and products to be able to do this. Okay, so you can see I'm finished with all, can you kind of see here, all of my bottom edging. So everything's starting to look clean. Obviously in the insides here, I'm going to do all sorts of little filigreed kind of designs out of like the thinner Worbla. Yeah. Andy in a Saiyan fighting suit. Yeah, if you see. Seriously, guys, you're going to be like, you're going to be really blown away. Yeah, the casting stream is going to be weird. It is though, like I do this, you can attest. I'm literally sitting there like the night before the con or like 2 days before the con, and I'm like, okay, I gotta make all my gemstones. I'm like, and I toss them, and I just wait. You're gonna wait and see. And I do them, and I cast them up. And a lot of times, like, I don't use the instructions that are meant for certain things, right? And so I'll do my own instructions. Oh, thanks for the follow. And I will, get resin gems. Like, I can usually cast, with my methods, I can cast about, like with one mold, I can cast about 4 gems a day with the one mold. And then if I make multiple molds and stuff, I can do my entire suit of armor of gems in one day. You guys, it's nice and easy. So I'll show you this stuff. It'll be really cool. Okay, so the very final thing that I'm going to do is I'm just going to edge this top part here, and then I'm going to, oh no, where'd my little white thing, it fell on the floor. Yes. So I will, hello, how are you? I'm good. I'm really, really good. Thank you. So yes, you can see like little geometric shapes like this. I'm going to have them be white. Oh, you know what I'll do? Oh, thanks to the phone. I'll actually add color to the white, so they'll be colorful gems. It'll be cool. You'll see. Okay. But one quick thing I'm just going to do really, really quick. I'm just going to finish up doing this edging so you can define detail work, how you add relief and detailing and stuff. Sorry, just one quick second. This is one last thing that I'm doing. I just got to plug this in for 1 minute. Oh yeah, see this is another one. This is so easy to make. Super duper basic, easy gems. These are really old gems too, and they're not even as like pretty colored as they could be. So yeah, these kind of things, so easy. Super duper easy. These, like, you don't even need to make a mold to make these ones. So I'll show you that next time. Okay. So the final thing I'm doing is doing the edging of this relief here, and then we're going to add on our gem. And then I will show you exactly how I make gems look nice on my thing. And then you can kind of see, look, we're really getting started with an actual sort of detailed armor looking breastplate, aren't we? It was so easy. We just did it all together. You guys could have just done this too, right? So much hype. All the hype is really fun. It's actually like my favorite thing to do. It really is. Oh, I just wanted to stop by and wish you an amazing day. Thanks so much, honey. Thanks, Jason. Mwah, appreciate that. Yeah, seriously though, guys, like, mold making and casting gems and stuff is like my absolute favorite thing to do. And I was thinking of saving the mold making stream for when I hit, if I hit 1,000 followers, but I will have my gaming stream before then, so maybe, or just another crafting, so maybe I will. And then it would be really cool if I could make a mold beforehand of something really funky, and then as like a celebration for for hitting 1,000, if I do, I could give away to some of you guys some of these really cool molded objects that I've made. So that would actually be really neat. So that could be a neat idea, because I just want to give back to you guys and do big giveaway stuff or something. And they're going to be really cool molded objects, and if you watch like my gaming streams, maybe you'll recognize stuff. So we'll see. But yeah, because I think that that'll probably end up being next stream. And I love doing the armors and everything. It is so great, but we just need to do a nice little switch it up, you know? So as you can see, I've cut my edging into my point, and now I'm going to start doing this top part right here. I also plugged in a special tool. Yay! High. Yeah, for sure. I'd love to do molded stuff and whatever. We're in 962. Oh, awesome. So maybe by next time. I don't know. It's hard to say. Because, like, I don't know. It depends on how much I stream in the upcoming weeks. So it's hard to say. But maybe we could get that. But it would be very cool to do some wonderful little giveaway stuff for you guys. So you can see I'm still just trucking along, doing some edging here. Detail work is so necessary, but it can take a little while to do. So just nice little details right there on the edge. I go and I cut this as nice as possible. That. And these ones right here on nice straight edges like this, paint scraper, best for straightening. Boom. Super straight. Boom. Nice and straight. Perfect. I'll take my little piece that I was just using. So, all straightened up and everything. Oh, I don't know. Weird. I don't know why things are kind of doing that. So, I don't know. Some things kind of, they follow our numbers and stuff. They all fluctuate. This is how everything is. This is about teaching. This is about being with you guys here and doing this for you. So, giveaway hype, yeah. Yeah, we're going to give things. No, it won't, I don't even know if it's just going to be fun stuff. It's going to be just nice, and we'll have, like, I don't know. I wish we could have things like, you know, in like World of Warcraft where they do, where old school days when you would need or greed on items and you would roll, so it would be, you know, /roll 1 to 99. Those would be fun. I wish we had like rolling things. That would be very, very cool. But yeah, this is all just, you know, like I said, just to teach you guys, and we're all just here having fun, learning about cosplay, and doing like just super awesome things. I'm very excited too that Twitch is going to be starting their like education thing, so that would be very neat. Oh, thank you so much, Jackie. I really appreciate that. Oh, thanks, Aura. That's awesome. You're amazing. Oh, thank you. Hello, Horror Biz Gaming. How are you doing? So, yes. Oh, thanks, Aura. I love you. You're amazing. You're just so awesome. For some reason, Aura, you're always like your color in chat for me is always so light. So I can never even see your name, but I know that if I can't see a name, it's like ghost name, it's Aura. So that's just the way that it is now. All right. So we're just putting on our finishing touches of our edging on our Sylvanas breastplate right here. See, it's really starting to kind of come together, and then there's even more detail, and there's even more stuff, and then there's going to be edging that goes all like around here, you can kind of see, and then there's going to be all these things that go on the breastplate. Like, it's fun. Like, it's very hard. That's the thing with cosplay that can be very daunting at first, and that sometimes people get very frustrated with, is that when you first start a project, it's the very base things that you have to do, like the base of a breastplate, like the base of whatever, of a helm or of shoulders or something, and you just started out and you just start patterning and you just start doing that stuff. It really doesn't look like much, and so it can be very, very frustrating because you're like, well, geez, you know, what do I do, right? It just doesn't look like anything yet, and you can really give up, and you can really be like, I don't see it. I'm not seeing my creation. I'm not seeing the character I'm trying to bring to life. I suck. I'm over it. Whatever. But look, in only just a few hours, and just by adding some more details, some different layers, you know, some layers, some relief, some edging, it starts to kind of look like something. And you're like, oh, well, maybe it's going to work out. You know what I mean? Oh, happy birthday, Horror. So awesome. Happy 24th birthday. I hope you had a wonderful night. Oh, thank you so much, Taylor. Oh, I really appreciate that. I do. I get really happy when people fall. I love cosplay, like, so much. And it just, I don't know. I want to be able to share this with everybody and just have people learn, and to people get the same feeling that I do when I make something. I'm like, look, it's actually like coming together. I feel so good. And you just get it. You just get this really great vibe. And it makes you really proud that you did something, you know, that you're proud of. So, yes, thank you so much, Shar, for answering that. I appreciate that, for sure. Yes, my edging is just, I'm assuming you're asking about my edging, but it is just just 2 layers of Worbla that I'm using to edge this up. So I'm just cutting my angles in here. And I'm going to heat this. Almost done with the bottom part, sort of. I mean, there's still going to be, I would then add all this intense filigree in the inside so it's not boring, and then there's all the filigree that's in the black part, and blah, 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 blah. But this is just to show you what you can kind of like do, just in the span of a little bit of time, to really bump stuff up. Just take a couple really simple steps, like measuring and making patterns and trying your best with that stuff, and then it just, you know. Aw, thanks, Jackie. I really appreciate that. I really, really do. You partied like a king. Good job, Har. Good job. What's your 24th birthday? That's what you're supposed to do. So, yeah, just a little bit of time and you got yourself a little bit, you got something special that you're starting. So once again, I'm just doing quick little cuts of things, paying attention to the angles that I have created, and I'm busting out my good old trusty tools that always work the best for me. Paint scraper and protractor are my heroes. So, yeah, it's 1/2 inch. Yeah, it's very thin. So, I will show you. Yeah, so you're starting to see it come together. That's what I mean, is that it takes a little bit, but look, you can sort of start to see it come together. And just one quick thing, when I do my Worbla edging, can you see where my finger is? From where the 0 is, obviously, to where my finger is about where I do it. So it's about 7-8 millimeters is how thick I usually measure it out. So let's keep doing this. I've got only one more piece to add onto this diamond here. And then we're gonna go, I plugged in something back there. It is the super cheap, chill way that I add gems and onto stuff, and I will show you, and it is a glue gun, and I do it super easy, but that's just the way that it works. Oh, how thin are the strips? Like, how thin are these strips? They are as thin as I showed you right there. So I first start by measuring out all of my millimeters. So I do all my like 7-8 millimeters or whatever. And then I draw lines all the way down of that width. And I heat it and I cut it. And those are all of my strips. Those are my edging strips. So, let's see. Makeup tutorial stream? No, please. I'm not good at makeup. That's why I tried so hard with the Ducksuit of Mood. I was like, I could do this. I can be better at makeup. And I'm just not the best makeup. You think it's like chameleon eye? Oh, that would be so sick. Chameleon eyeliner would be great. That would be amazing. I love like crazy graphic colors and stuff. I'm like so, love that. And plaid. I always wear plaid for some reason. I just own a lot of plaid shirts. So yeah. Yeah, glue gun, totally. Oh, I'm so glad, Taylor, that you like my eye makeup. I just used this old palette that I got for Christmas like a while back, and I really love it. I wish I could go get some like Urban Decay stuff and whatever, but I don't know. This stuff just works, and it's been awesome. But I know Urban Decay does have a really beautiful palette for really bright, vibrant colors. They always have really good color concentration in their stuff. So, it's sure. I use Urban Decay eyeshadow primer so that it doesn't kind of go throughout the night. So, all right. You're good at makeup? So you went to school for it and learned basic special effects. Oh my god, that's amazing. See, that'll be a fun adventure. This will be a way in the future, like, adventure that I want to go on with you guys. But I want to really try, like, doing actual like prosthetic stuff. And like sculpting things and casting them and doing them. I really want to try this. So like, I don't know. I will obviously bring you guys along with the journey, but I don't know how well I will do at it. But it's definitely something I would love to experiment with. Okay. So I've done my final piece of this edging thus far. Obviously, like, I would make back pieces and all of this stuff and boot cut pieces and whatever, but I just wanted to give you guys sort of an example of how, you know, with some detail work, with some relief stuff and whatever, stuff really does start to become something. Like, it starts to really then start to actually look like armor. It starts to look like, you know, a piece, right? Like an artwork in a way, right? You can tell how to make torn skin. Oh, that would be very, very cool. I absolutely would love to like learn how to do some of that stuff for sure. I'm thinking like really full, beautiful prosthetic work. Like I said, I have seen Face Off. And if any of you guys used to watch Face Off, like the really old ones, do you remember an artist? He then became one of the, like, when they did that weird, like, mentorship stuff or something. I don't know. That was kind of odd. But do you remember Anthony? And he did that, it was a Hindu goddess demon creature that was, like, ice and it was blue. And his work, that kind of stuff, that's, like, what I want to try to start sculpting. Like, I mean, obviously, I'm not going to be Anthony right off the bat. I could never be that. But it's just that sort of beautiful, you know. So there you go. So we're starting to really get some design elements in here, right? Look at this relief that we're starting to get. Like, look, you can see in here, like, it's starting to become something. Like, we're starting to get some elements of design and everything in this, you know? Yeah, Anthony, the demon. Yeah, so Shar, you know totally what I'm talking about, hey? It totally, Anthony was just his, you know what I mean? That it was this beautiful ice, blue and purple Hindu demon, and it was just absolutely insane. Like, it was so gorgeous. So, oh God, no, I could never, ever do Face Off or anything like that. Yeah, I don't even know how to do any sort of makeup. But in the future, I am hoping to learn. So okay. So next point, getting back into just a wee bit of instructional stuff. So now we just started kind of crafting and having some fun. So back into some of the more instructional factors of this. So if I were to ever add a gemstone, like a lot of my stuff here has gemstones. Like Jupiter's a great example of this front gemstone piece that's on here, right? So this was all cast and created in resin and then was added on with hot glue and then covered on the edges in Worbla. Now, I have seen a lot of it's so bad. I know hot glue. I'm just like, stick it on. But that's how I do it. So I prefer the easiest, most chilled out sort of method that you can possibly find. So a lot of people will, and I'll show you, I did this with my Snow White, the original one did have an edge. However, I think I was at a con and in my travel, in my suitcases, sometimes airlines can be really rough with your stuff, and it had banged around a lot and the gem on the front had popped off and I couldn't find it. So, because you know they take stuff out of your bag. So I couldn't find it. So I just had backup gems, but I didn't have time to do edging, or I just got lazy or whatever. But you can see with the Snow White, the gem is just sort of stuck on there. That's fine. If you want to just put your gems on there and whatever, go for it. That's great. Personally, I like it when gems are edged with stuff, where they look like they are in a setting. Like on a diamond ring, right? You've got a setting that would be there to keep the diamond in place. Oh, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that. Thank you. So yes, you put them, would rubber cement glue work better than hot? it could definitely, it could work a little bit better, but the main purpose of it is just to get it on the thing, and then you use the Worbla as a little sort of setting thing, and it connects to the rest of the Worbla. So it's kind of like a backup. The Worbla itself sticking to it is the main part, and then the rest of it is sort of the backup. So I'll be just got to cover this. Oops, as I'm moving my table all around here. It pops out more if it has the edge. I actually find that it stays in because what happens is you take this, like right here, right? So you can kind of see this edging that's around this gem. This gem is faded over like the last 2 years. This is Worbla. So even though this is glued on, the Worbla has been heated to the Worbla underneath as an edge and wrapped around the gemstone to kind of set it into place. So the Worbla is an adhesive, and then the glue is an adhesive, so you got kind of double adhesive going on there. So, what happened, Char? Oh, yeah, damn. I wish you could share the picture of the one that we were talking about, Anthony's beautiful Hindu demon. It's absolutely fantastic. Yeah, the challenge, I remember it. The challenge was called Hell Freezes Over. It's like absolutely incredible. So I'm still here. I'm just in the corner with my glue gun, just gluing this on. Not even using that much. There we go. So I got that on there. Just glued that on to the front like that. And now I am going to put a little bit of edging around it, just because it comes up a little bit on the sides because it's like a hard cast and this is rounded chest shape. So I'm just gonna put some edging on it. And I just like the look of it. That's just a personal preference. You totally don't have to do that. But that's the sort of what I am into. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's totally it. Yeah, that's so amazing. Yeah, it's absolutely, that's something I would love to someday sort of learn how to create. So I'm going to do the edging for this, and because it's a really small area and it's thin, I'm actually going to do something that it's kind of weird, but it's like, so I made my specifically measured out edging. Now I'm actually going to take this and I'm just going to cut it in half. As weird as that sounds, just because I want something that's like a little thinner and nicer. So yeah, it is absolutely insane looking. It's just, I would love to learn how to do something like that. I really want to grow as a cosplayer in that way. Yeah, he was one of my favorites too. I liked Race. I did like Race. I thought that he was good. I thought that they went a little nuts over his like Burton-esque violin or whatever it was, that it was so crazy. I did like him though. I liked him as a person, and I did like a lot of his artworks, but he was a little more hit or miss for me. The other person other than Anthony was Laura. So I was like a huge Laura fan. She just was, I loved her style. I loved how clean and visually like graphic her colors were all the time. Her airbrush skills were just like insane. Laura was like a big thing for me. So as you can see, I've just cut my edging just a wee bit thinner. And now I am just going to, I'm gonna have to heat it again, but I just wanted to show you guys. I'm just like laying it on top where the gem is, and just going around so that it has like its little home. It's got a little setting and everything. Alrighty. And we just keep this. Well, nice. Do a nice quick little heat to this here. And do a little cut at first. But this is a super tight little bonding right here. And I'm just going around the edge. Just making it a nice little home to sit in. And there we go. I'm just gonna trim that little tip right there. Get rid of that little tip. Oh, would love it. Ah, just won't even trim for me, will you? See, problems happen all the time. Doesn't matter how many times you've done it, things still come up and get frustrating. Okay, perfect. So I got that all nicely set in there, and then I'm gonna take my handy dandy blade, push it down, really fix up these edges in here, really make it nice and crisp setting. Nice and even, like so. Beauty. Push it in, nice and crisp and even. And there we go. Now it's all, can you see? I've got it all sort of set in there. Can you kind of see the edging that's on it? The nice setting and everything that's kind of around it. You can see it more when it's sort of on the side. It's just the camera blows it out a bit. But there we go. Like, look at what we made. It just started as nothing. Like, it started as nothing, and now with just a little bit of relief detail, with a little bit of some higher, lower points, some more things on top, and some edging. And this isn't even all of the filigree and the design that's going to go on. But even just like that, we've already really started. Aw, I'm so glad that you like them, Patu. Thank you. I'm so glad. So how did I feel about Tate? I did like Tate. I did, but I like Tate's personality, Char, just a little bit better. Like, I don't know, I like Tate as a person, kind of, you know what I mean? There's a couple that I liked as a person. Like that Eric guy that one season who made that insane two-headed, like, giant, and he was, I didn't think he was, like, the craziest, like, whatever, but I really liked him as a person as well. So, yeah, so there you go. So you can see that, yeah, like when it would be complete or whatever, but like I'll just show you one more time. Like this isn't even all of the details. You would obviously finish up the back, you'd add all sorts of pretty filigrees, and then there's all these beautiful arcs and swirls on her side here, and then you got the whole boob part that you got to add on with all the beautiful arcs and everything. But you can see how nice clean edging, nice clean details and everything can really just give your piece that little bit of extra. Sorry, I got a bunch of layers under here because I'm not just doing just the bra thing like last time. But yeah, if I was pulling it tight, they can give your piece a whole bunch of extra added oomph. Like it's really starting to look like a wow armor, you know? We're getting there, right? And that's just with a couple hours, since I obviously just streamed for a couple hours, just a couple hours of really, really simple details that all we used was math and some tools to get there, you know? Just really nice, clean, and starting to really come out. And then if you were to take this and start adding on details up in here, you know, you're starting to add details here, starting to add like, right, like little swirls of stuff and whatever, you know, and stuff really starts kind of coming together. Like it really starts looking like something, like some form of armor that you really truly are making, and it just gives it a nice step up. Then you add in things like painting and shading and gradients and stuff, and it's just, you know, lots of filigreed design sort of in here and whatever, and you're really getting something that is actually looking like armor, right? So that is essentially my guide and my way that I do relief and raised details. And like I said, it doesn't matter what piece you're doing, right? It's, oh, you're an Eric. Hey, Eric. And I'm glad you think it looks great. Thanks, guys. Oh, yeah. Don't worry, Skyline. That'll come way later and stuff. This is a continual show, hoping to be around for quite a while. But because things like, I don't know, like if I do hit, like if I have a couple streams during the week and I do end up being able to hit close to like 1,000 followers, things like gem casting, whatever, this is a fun one. I just want to take a nice little Worbla break and we'll do a nice little gem casting thing. But like I said, relief details and elements of design and filigreed edging and stuff work for any piece that you're doing. And it's not just flat pieces. Having all of these different dimensions and levels in here is what really gives things that sort of realism, that step up. So, oh, shoulders will be a big ol' episode of shoulders and attachments and whatever. So, yeah, sure, I would love to learn to make prosthetics together. That would be great. I really want to know how. It's something I really, really do. Like, I want to start working on, yeah, my Gina Pauldron. I really want to start working on, essentially I started having, oh, that's awesome. Thank you so much, Lit by Night. That's awesome. I definitely do want to learn how to do prosthetics and all of that stuff. So, yeah, so that's just sort of a simple idea. We just made this together, you know. Nice, clean, simple, good breastplate. And you'll see I'll probably finish up this breastplate just for next stream, just so at the beginning you can kind of see. I probably won't paint it, but I'll prime it all at that point, and we'll have it be all one color. And so you guys can see exactly like what it looks like with just simple basic detailing and stuff. If I were to stay on for a few more hours, I'm sure I could finish it off, but I think this is a good enough time as any to probably call it for the night. So I'll have to end up splitting these probably into 2 shows since they end up going a while, but you guys seem to be enjoying them, hopefully. So we'll see. But yes, so I think this is probably where I will end the night just for tonight. If anybody has any final questions for me on anything that I did today or anything that I have covered in future shows, I mean, not future shows, in past shows that you would even like me to cover in future shows. I'm trying to make this stay as so you guys can kind of see it. So, I'm so glad that you're enjoying the stream, Steefers. That means a lot to me. So, yeah, making, prepping, painting and stuff. So yeah, it's, I'm so glad that, do I ever sand any of the Worbla? So no. Oh, I'm so glad, random guy, that my stream's informative. So no, the Worbla doesn't get sanded directly. It'll be a combination of either gesso, wood glue, and different types of primers that'll end up getting sanded to have them be nice and smooth and everything. So that will be covered. The whole prepping process and stuff will be like an entire, you know, stream and tutorial that I will totally go over. So, anyway, yes. So I do hope that you guys have enjoyed anything. I'll just give it one more moment to see if there's any future questions or anything. And you gotta tune into the next one. It's gonna be gems. Resin casting gems and stuff. That'll be super fun. So yeah, sanding is life. Yeah, watch the YouTube breastplate video in the morning for sure. Am I coming to Fan Expo again this year? Maybe. I might be. I'm not too sure yet. I did 2 years in a row guesting at Fan Expo Van, so I don't know if I will go back next year, but I really want to go to Anime Revolution. I want to start going to a lot more cons that I just really want to go to in cosplay, and AR was one of the first cons I ever went to, and that was in a few years ago when we did the Disney Princesses, so I would really love to go back there again, so I think I'm going to, so... yeah, just watch the YouTube breastplate one. That just shows you sort of how to get the base, how to get all that stuff, and then now you kind of understand how to do detailing. You just tape it up and got to use mirrored stuff, how to carefully do your edges using your nice little tools to manage your edges, going slow, creating different relief details. So yeah. You're building a weapon from Ruby for a friend. Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, it's Ruby. Is it like Ruby's weapon, like the big classic scythe, or is it something else? So to make sure you have it right, Thursday for game, Sunday for cosplay learning. Yes, random. But I will probably end up adding even more. And this Thursday, I'll probably game this Thursday, but I might actually just do a random, not a show stream where it's informative, but like I might be working on cosplay and just kind of doing a fun, let's talk about stuff. Let's talk about random things. Maybe. I don't know. Possibly. Or I might just do Hearthstone or some Overwatch or something. So we'll figure it out. But yeah, Thursday is normally... Oh, thanks for the follow. Thursday is normally gaming. And Sunday is our cosplay learning, education, teaching show where we go over all of different cosplay stuff. So, yes. So far it's been Worbla and breastplates. But yes. Okay, cool. The trident rifle thing, that's going to be awesome. So yeah, that's going to be great. Okay, well, thank you guys. We're just working out the kinks right now. You might be building the day you make your first armor. Yes, that's awesome. You should really get into it. I mean, look. This is just what we made just in the span of the stream. And this wasn't even like, you know, this was me trying to show you guys how to do it. But this wasn't me like, you know, sitting there with like music on and all of my 10 bazillion reference pictures and just like zoning into it. This is me also talking and doing whatever. So this is simple. Like things, you know, it starts to become stuff. And when it starts to become stuff, like it gets really... exciting to feel like you're making some sort of, you know, progress with things, right? So, yeah, totally, right? Well, thank you so much, everybody. Thanks, Skyline, and everything. I'm glad it was informative, and I can't wait to see your work. Just send me photos. Oh, no, wait, I'm going to see you in contact. Oh, that'll be fun. Join me next stream for some super crazy fun mold making, and we'll make some molds live together on stream. So it's going to be great. Yeah, creating stuff totally takes your mind off. It's just chill. So thank you. I'm glad that you guys enjoyed the show. I'm so glad that everybody tuned in. It was such a good craft night. It was great. So next time, I think I'll start the show earlier next time because it's going to be resin and it's going to be super fun. And I usually do it not like this and live and whatever. So we're going to see what happens. We're going to see how this mess really all plays out. So it's going to be exciting. So thank you guys again so much for tuning in. I hope you learned something. Obviously, if you have any questions, all of my social media stuff are right there. Videos will be uploaded to YouTube, which is down there. And yeah, just good luck, everybody, in crafting. And of course, if I can do it, you guys can do it too. It's just that simple. So bye, guys. Mwah. Have a great night. Thank you all so much. Bye.